Okay, so the feed is live on YouTube. I'm going to mute uh, the hearing room, but just again, for remote, if you speak, it can be heard, all right?
Okay,
Thank you.
let me mute.
Hi, should we start? It's 10:01.
Carlo? Madam Chair, your photograph, your visual.
We're going to start in a second. Just allowing the commissioners just to get set up. Just reminder, we're already streaming live on YouTube.
You work on bridges when you were in consulting?
Didn't do like many of them and basically. You can say no.
Studied architecture.
Architectural engineering.
Just, the
I did
person-
tell you this, It was me, sorry.
Are we okay now? Yeah.
I think about it every day.
Madam Chair, are you ready? Just the commissioners' microphones on, please. Ms. Matias, I'm going to start the recording, and you may start with the introduction.
Sure.
Okay, we are live. We are streaming on YouTube. Ms. Matias, you may proceed.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for March 26, 2024. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during review session. The first item up is a decision case from yesterday, March 25th hearing, 80248BZ, Volume 3, 13-46 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
So we did ask the applicant to revise the site plan and add notes regarding storm drainage and dimension the pathway. So simple thing with regards to the pathway, all one has to show is a string dimension, or in return, all I have is a circle, which I'm assuming is a circle indicating that's an ADA accessible circle. So I'm not going to belabor this, but this is really kind of frustrating. This is so simple to do. And I'm going to make it a condition that all pathways be compliant with the ADA minimum distance and requirements, slope and dimensions. With regards to the plumbing code, this is not the standard language that we see. It says the on-site drainage of the total site area shall be discharged to a New York City public storm or combined sewer when a New York City DEP public sewer is not available. Storm water, again, there's an echo I'm getting. And it was when a New York City, thank you, Vice Chair. When a New York City DEP public sewer is not available, stormwater discharge from the total site area shall be by the use of a privately owned server, a private on-site stormwater disposable system. I think the whole purpose of this note is to ensure that any drainage, if there's any issue of any water collecting, it needs to be drained onto the site first. And that's wherever, however it is connected to the city sewer system, it's a different matter, but the drainage should not be running off from the site. So the way the text is written, it's giving priority for the drainage. I clearly remember we had a language that we had provided, and this is not the same language. So I'm going to ask the project manager
He did, he did.
He did?
I followed up with him on Wednesday,
Okay.
and he said he forwarded the language to the applicant. So the applicant got the language, he elected to put,
No, this
Whatever.
is not the language. So please.
May
please-
I? Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry, Madam Chair. So, I don't know if it's appropriate to say that, Commissioner Shedder questioned the plan that was submitted. And I reached out to the applicants and asked him why he did not put the note in that Mr. Bell had submitted to him. And he said, in the email he sent me earlier today, we stated that we felt appropriate for this application. We are not filing anything with DEP. It is a building department regulation.
True, that we are not asking them to, but we want to make sure, I think there was a standard language that we wanted to make sure that at no point we are weighing in on the drainage or any part of it, but it needs to comply with all the underlying regulations. And that drainage needs to be, any water runoff initially needs to be contained within the site. And that is a language that we have been asking applicants to provide. So I don't see why that is an issue here.
and as a clarification, I can put it on the record that I'm not asking the applicant to file anything with
Right,
DEP
there's nothing,
unless regulations require him to do so.
yeah. So, I'm little befuddled by that. So if the applicant, I know we had this discussion. And where we said that we are not asking them to go to DEP or DOB or anybody to get any of the requirements, but whatever the requirement of the city is with regards,
Stated on the plan.
just stated on the plan, that's it.
And we gave him the language and
And the language does not require them to go to DOB or DEP or anything. It just clearly says it needs to meet the requirements.
yeah, maybe Mr.
That's
Bell
it.
can.
Whatever the requirements are, we're not weighing in on that requirement. That's it.
Mr. Bell?
Okay? So,
Mr. Bell's hand is up, Madam Chair.
yes, Mr. Bell.
Vinroy?
He's unmuting.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now? I'm
Yes,
sorry. The language that I sent to the applicant, it says the owner and the operator shall ensure all storm water and water resulting from car washing, if any, are properly managed within the disposed of / from the subject site in compliance with all applicable city, state, and federal regulations, and in such a way as to not cause any flooding, water bonding, icing, or any other unsafe condition within any of the surrounding properties, including but not limited to sidewalks and streets. And below, all drainage subject to New York City DEP approval.
Let me elaborate on that a little bit. We're not, again, if you read the plain language, it's not asking the applicant to file with any other agency unless he's required based on the regulations, state,
Right.
city, and federal.
okay.
The spirit of that language is to make sure that there is no flooding at the sidewalk and adjacent properties.
Right, and the car
Keep-
wash, and I just want to note, when this facility was before the board, at that time, there was no car wash. Over the years, car wash has been added, and with that comes the issue of drainage. And that's why this board is making sure if there is going to be a car wash and there is water usage and there's going to be a drainage issue, you just need to comply with whatever the underlying regulations are. We are not weighing in on that.
I think the language is appropriate and I don't really find it objectionable by any standard, so I'm not sure why this is,
Yeah, so I'm going to call this for third call. We'll take a decision on this at the end of the hearings. Please ask the applicant to make the correction with the language as stated.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll defer it in April.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, for the review session, are we going along the calendar or are we gonna pull up Freeborn first?
I thought we decided we were going to take
Item
one.
31.
30, number 31 first? Okay, just so I
Yeah.
make sure for review session two.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're going out of order just for this case. Item number 31, 2023-65 BZ, 241 Freeborn Street, Staten Island.
okay. I had opened my documents and somehow they disappeared, so I have to go through it again. So just give me a second. I thought it was open. Can you repeat the case number again?
2023-65 BZ. 241 Freeborn Street, Staten Island.
Okay, all right. So we received, this is a new application, so we received a proof of service of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board did vote to approve this project. This is a special permit application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-71 for modification of yard requirements for the subject site that is located in a flood zone to legalize an existing 3-story 2-family home. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the rear yard and side yard with regards to the zoning regulation section. So this is in an AE flood zone, elevation 11. The building was damaged during Hurricane Sandy, and per city order, the building was demolished. And a new building was built based on DOB approved set of plans and reviewed by plan examiner. And a lot of this documented information I found in the void folder, by the way. So the applicant is seeking the modification of the bulk regulation pursuant to 73-71, which does allow modification of certain zoning regulations in flood zones. And we have seen several projects that are in the Build It Back as part of the Build It Back programs that applied for the special permit. So I want to go through the conditions. This is a through lot site. So, and it has frontage on 2 streets, and the requirement of the zoning is, and it's a 20-foot wide lot. So the requirement of the zoning is to provide 2 side yards, a 5-foot minimum. And because it's in the lower density growth management area in the zoning district, where, you know, the rear yard equivalent could, there are 3 options of rear yard equivalent, but because it's in a lower density growth management area, only one of those rear yard equivalent is applicable, which is requiring a rear yard in the middle, 30 foot, 30 foot. So as if, therefore, you would require to have 2 buildings on this through lot with 30-foot rear yard for each of those 2, each of the buildings. So that means you would have a 60-foot rear yard in the middle. So the conditions are to qualify for this special permit is that the building complies with a flood resistant construction standard, which it does. DOB has, you know, audited the plans and has raised no issues in its objection sheet or in documentation that it does not comply. So it seems it is meeting the requirements of the flood regulation. On the ground floor, there is only parking and entrance to the units above. And the habitable spaces are located 2 feet above the base flood elevation, and the mechanical equipment is located above the base flood elevation. So it meets the A1 of the document. As I said, stated, the DOB filing from 2021 also said the construction classification is VA. I just, for the completeness of the record, I would like the applicant to provide a DOB approved plan that affirm that the building meets the flood regulation. I'm going by the audit documents and it from the drawings that were used for auditing, but I just kind of want to make sure it does. If there's any documents or anything that goes with it. A2 is not applicable because the building complies with the height and setback requirements, and A3 is also not applicable because the applicant is complying with all the permitted floor area requirements. So the findings for the special permit in this case really is just B1. And the B1 says that there is a practical difficulty in complying with the flood resistant construction standard without such modification, that such and that such modifications are the minimum necessary to allow for an appropriate building in compliance with FRC CS. So as I mentioned, board has seen several special permits through Build It Back for sites affected by Hurricane Sandy. The modification the applicant is seeking is a side yard requirement. This is a 20-foot wide lot, and the applicant has provided 2 3-foot wide side yards. The requirement is 5 foot. I think given the narrowness of the site, if the requirement of 5 foot were to be applied, one is left with very little reasonable footprint, floor plate size for a habitable space. So the side yard reduction that the applicant is seeking seems reasonable. With regards to the modification of the rear yard equivalent, the statement has provided, the statement says that if they were to provide 2 standalone buildings and to adhere to the flood regulations, the construction that would be required, which is like building a bathtub and the construction associated with that on the ground floor, would add to the cost. And that would be significant, and therefore the applicant is requesting a legalization of the existing building, which as constructed complies with all the flood regulations except for these 2 yard regulations. In terms of the item B4, which is a neighborhood context, this is a neighborhood that is mixed. That is a mix of building typology, also the odd shaped lots that are located, which is resulting in different types of building. But overall, this building, as it's situated currently, it's not out of context, and it is in keeping with the kind of nuanced building typologies that one can find here. So I have no issues with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. No comments from me.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application. I just want to notate that the applicant indicated in his argument that the switching to 2 buildings would add to the cost by about 40 grand, because they're gonna need like 17 to 20 files. I ran like the back of envelope calculations, and it seems like this number is a little bit exaggerated. But anyway, if they want to switch to 2 buildings instead of 1, it's gonna be some additional cost, probably on the order of 20 to 30,000, which I believe still constitute a hardship to them. The other thing I saw in the argument that the applicant is talking about, if he needs to knock down that 1 building and build 2 buildings, that would be a hardship. I wouldn't put this in my argument, because I would say that this is a self-created one. So it's not needed. You already have a hardship that's included in that, like differential cost because of like complying with the requirement. And in addition to that, the lot is narrow. If he complies with the yard requirements and other requirements, that area that's left over is kind of like not feasible to build. So I would eliminate that from statement of facts. Other than that, the application is satisfactory to me. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Otley Brown, I didn't.
There's no
There's
finding
no finding
for
finding.
self-creation in this
No.
special permit,
No.
just to clarify.
Yeah,
There is-
I think to Commissioner Sheta's point, well, yes and no. I would agree with you one way, but I think what the applicant is saying, that if they have to comply with all the zoning regulations, at this point, it would require them to take
knock down the building
knock down the building and
and rebuild.
rebuild
Yeah.
2 of them. And, that is the alternative. Should this not be approved by the board, that would what they have to do. And that is a hardship that would come up, but that's not a finding per se.
And it's not needed, I'm saying.
But I don't think there's any harm in saying it, partly because that is what they're here for. Because what is permitted as of right are 2 buildings. And so they have to they're working backwards in some ways by saying, listen, this is what is permitted as of right. And for me to build these two buildings, 10-foot wide, I would have to expend so much of construction cost, tear it down, and that is, there is that part of it, and the cost of putting the two separate bathtubs and the cost associated with it, rather than having one big bathtub that is being prepared. So
Okay.
I save the cost. So I understand what you're saying, but I think they have to go through that as of right scenario to narrow it down to what they have, that they're requesting legalization.
Okay,
That's the way I think the argument has been framed.
okay.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no comments.
Okay.
And if we can add in the resolution that the board is not waiving any flood regulations, that would be like helpful
I-
as well.
Well, that's why I want to see the plan, because the building is built and the DOB has not raised any objection with regards to it not meeting flood regulation. So. Okay, thank you all. Let's go back to our calendar of the day, and we will start with, I believe, Union.
26. Yeah, we're going back to regular calendar, so it's zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 26, 2022-78BZ, 1512 Union Street.
Okay. So we received a letter of objection, and the letter raised concerns regarding parking, building height, and it also raised a question regarding notification if the community board was notified of this upcoming hearing and the changes. I do not, and I apologize, I do not recall if the applicant did. I didn't go through the documents, but going forward, should this application proceed, the applicant needs to notify the community board and submit the changes that are being proposed. We also have not received a community board vote on this matter. So I think before the community board votes, the applicant should provide an update to the community board so that they know what is being reviewed. There's been a significant change in the program from the initial hearings that we had, past two hearings we had. The last hearing on this was held on August 8, and board had expressed concern about the utilization chart not justifying the need for certain spaces and questioned the application of deference for certain program spaces and the justification for the bulk waivers. The board also had expressed concern about the rooftop use. And had asked the applicant, directed the applicant to eliminate the Women's Spiritual and Health and Wellness Center. The applicant has provided a revised proposed plan. The proposed plan increases the floor area to 2.73 FAR. Initial proposal was a 2.31 FAR. The zoning district permits 2 FAR. And the proposed building would now be a 4-story building plus a cellar. The 4th floor will be set back from the street lines. And prior proposal was for a 3-story building with a cellar. Though the statement of facts doesn't state why exactly there is an increase in the floor area and the building height, comparing the program changes and specifically the changes with the cellar, I'm assuming it was relocating these uses to upper floors and reprogramming some of the some of the spaces is what's resulting to it. So the statement of facts needs to needs to explain, or the cover letter at least, if not the statement of fact, the cover letter needs to explain why this change in increase in floor area and the building height. So the significant change is, as I see, the cellar footprint has changed, and there were 3 program areas that were about less than 300 square foot spaces each. And because of the requirements of DOT's license for building under the vault, much of the program space has had to be reduced. And that is my assessment. And so what we now see is a very typical program space that we would see in any of these synagogues, which is the ground floor consists of shtibel or daily prayer rooms, and then there is the second floor, which is the sanctuary with Beis Madrash for men, and above that is the women's sanctuary with its Beis Madrash, and the fourth floor, which is set back, would be the area for the social gathering and for other prayer purposes for women. My question is, in the cellar footprint, in the initial cellar footprint, as I mentioned, there were 3 program spaces. They were about 300 square foot each. The shtibel that's being proposed on the first floor, prayer rooms, they're much larger. And so these prayer room sizes are nearly about 500. One is 490 square foot. The other one is a little less than that. Another one is more than 1,000 square foot. So why is there that change? And so I would like the applicant to clarify if the program spaces downstairs were they also performing as shtibel areas and for prayers, and is that being relocated on the first floor? Also, the applicant needs to clarify if a license agreement has been approved by DOT. If so, the applicant needs to provide that. With regards to the warming kitchen, I would like to know the dry storage and why is there a need for a dry storage and food storage if this is going to be a warming kitchen, so the applicant could clarify that. So moving on to the roof. On the roof, the applicant is proposing a social hall. It's called Women's Synagogue, Women's Gallery Social Hall. It would be used, and pardon the holidays that are mentioned, I may not be pronouncing them properly, but they would be used for various holiday ceremonies and gatherings. And then the roof, portion of the roof would be used for sukkah. And I have to say, the board has reviewed, and the applicants know it very well, board has reviewed several synagogues. And at no point, I think the board has allowed any roof and we have approved many religious institutions, and we have never allowed for any rooftop uses on these, especially in areas that are primarily residential. I think there's only one in Manhattan, I remember, where a gathering place was permitted on the rooftop because it was surrounded by apartment buildings that are as high or taller than that. So I would like to understand why, in this case, that is being asked. The only other exception I know, very recently, the board did allow sukkah to be located inside a building. It was a recent synagogue for for the community in Brooklyn also, and it was a sukkah space that was located under an operable roof, and the roof was 67 foot by 50 foot long with the dimension that met all the religious guidance and rules. We did receive a letter which explained what the requirements are and how this particular roof treatment would meet that. So I would suggest that the social hall, the women's social hall that is being considered, design it in a way that it has an operable roof and that it can be used on days of sukkah, to be used for sukkah purposes, unless I'm failing to understand some of the religious practices. I would like to know that. and use that as a multipurpose functional space. Because from what I gather from the programmatic need, it seems during the days of Sukkot, it would not be used for social functioning for women. So that can serve as for both. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. With regards to the community board vote, my note says that the project manager has reached out to the community board and they want the revised plans and documents. So applicant, please do share that information and any upcoming modification that you're proposing based on today's discussion with us and with the applicant, with the community board. What is the status of this of the SECRA review on this, Ms. Benke?
Sorry, I'm trying to get there we go. We had received all the sign-offs for the last version, but we might need some minor edits just based on the revision to the project.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair, for that. That was very detailed and it addressed all of my comments. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So aside from the fact that they did make the building larger and didn't explain in the statement what went into that decision, I found when I read the programmatic needs report that there's almost going to be 1,000 people using this site on the high holidays. And so therefore I felt that the extra space that they added was warranted in order to accommodate all of those people. And I was also happy to see that instead of having plans that labeled the women's area like fitness center and things like that, that made us question whether or not those were rightly placed in a house of worship. Relabeling the women's sanctuary overflow / multi-purpose room as such, and also expanding its use for kiddish, young women's worship area, mother-child programming, classes and prayer sessions, made it more in line with the typical programmatic needs that we see when we're justifying space and waivers to floor area. And so now I'm satisfied with the application. I don't really have a position against the sukkah because I have seen synagogues in residential areas in which they have put sukkahs on every piece of available outdoor space that they have. If they have a front yard, they set the sukkah up in the front yard. If they have balconies, they set it up on the balconies, even if it's in proximity to residential buildings. And so I'm not really as upset on seeing this. However, if there are parapet walls surrounding it, which I believe there are on that 4th floor outdoor area, it would be great if they could put some kind of sound attenuating blanket around it. Hopefully that will help minimize some of the noise and it's bleeding out into the neighborhood.
My only concern would be that nobody's going to control and monitor the use of that space when not in on non-period. So it is just one of those situations where one has to hope that it only is used for that and it ends up not being a place for other social gatherings that is happening and an extension of the other social events happening within the building. And that is why I'm raising that concern. If there was a way to contain it only for those 7 days of the Sukkah period, I believe it's 7 or 10 days, then that's okay. But nobody's going to monitor it, and I wouldn't say nobody. It is very difficult to monitor it, and one shouldn't. But how do you ensure that that's how it is going to be functioning? Because that affects the analysis, that affects also future applications that may come before the board seeking the similar kind of argument.
No, I agree with you that it is definitely a challenging premise is how do you limit the use there? And also I do understand that it is a very important part of the Sukkah celebration. And so I'm wondering whether or not our granting that space is going to even make a difference, whether or not we grant it. I think that when a religious organization has very strongly held beliefs in particular practices, they will find a way, one way or another. And it's almost better to air that and figure out a way in which to monitor it or regulate it rather than have it go underneath the table and still occur, but occur in a way that we cannot monitor it. So I know it is going to be challenging, but maybe we need to figure out a way, and not for a conversation here, but I'm just saying going forward, because it happens is what I'm saying. I see it. I live in a neighborhood that has a very large Jewish population, and the sukkahs are there anyway, you know, right there in the front yard, right across the street from an apartment building. The other one right there on this balcony that is literally 20 feet from the house next door. So it gets done anyway, because the people who are building these institutions are very, very religious, spiritual people who believe they have to uphold all of the spiritual practices, even at the, you know, expense of rules and regulations of the secular world.
Well said.
I,
Go ahead.
while I hear you and loud and clear, but generally that sukkah would be there for how long?
It's built out.
Oh,
It's
it's like,
the one that's in the front yard, they do remove, usually by November, it's gone. The one that's on the balcony, and actually it's another Chabad center, is there year round.
got it.
You know, what they did is they used a residential balcony in, I guess, a repurposed residential house, and they took reeds and bamboo, like, I guess what you would use in your backyard, like an 8-foot tall bamboo, and they lashed it to the
Oh,
railing,
I've seen it.
and it's there
It's there.
all year round.
So the one that I've seen in my neighborhood, it uses the city sidewalk, and it's only then there for the period of sukkah, and then it's removed.
Yeah, that's generally what I've noticed as well, but
So that's kind of
If
what
it's gonna be-
used in mine.
yeah, I guess that's something we have to take into consideration.
Yeah, I think we just have to address that privately and then create some kind of a policy for monitoring that,
So we
is
could-
all I'm saying, because it will happen.
Yeah, I think we should be consistent with that as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I had last hearing was regarding the extent of the basement, the cellar, the vault, in other words, and they provided us with the document, the submission. First, they added a note to the plans indicating that they will obtain a revocable consent from DOT, which is fine. That, like, make it clear that we're not opining on the extent of the vault when it comes to whether it's permitted or not. They also provided a document. It's called DOT License Agreement Exhibit. It's 1-page document, I believe, but I'm not sure about the legal power for this. So I would defer to our counsel to whether take it or maybe ask them to provide the entire license agreement instead of just 1 page out of it. So I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I thought there was a good amount of explanation provided in the separate cover letters that we received. There's one dated March 8th in our file talking about the DOT vault. Approval is pending. It's not specific about how soon they expect that. So as the chair asked, maybe some more clarification. It does talk about the Steibels being moved from the cellar up because of the change or the information from DOT. But same with the chair. I don't understand why they're so much bigger now on the ground floor than they were in the cellar space, and that didn't seem to be adequately explained in the cover letters. We got a letter that described to some extent the sukkah requirements, But it would be good to expand upon in that, because it speaks just of the high holiday of Sukkah, and the 8 days in which that space needs to be used for eating. But it would be good to understand what sort of physical requirements are needed for the space so that we can better, as the discussion here, so we can better tailor any recommendations to the actual physical needs of the Sukkah. I want to just share the plan because the occupancy that is shown on this plan, hold on, is based on 15 square feet per person, which I believe is DOBs for movable chairs and furniture. And so it's listed as 70 people. The area is 1,062, and I believe that is just for, I can't really highlight, but this rectangle that's inside of this FDNY path. It does not seem to be including any of the non-hatched area. But it's not clear to me how one would prevent people from crossing into the non-hatched or FDNY path areas. In order for us to move forward with this, I think we would need a better again, the physical requirements of the Sukkah area and also how you're containing people within a certain space in order to limit the occupancy. I think I mentioned also in a previous hearing that 4-foot high parapets would trigger floor area. Assuming that they're opaque, you need to be 3'8", or if they're partially transparent fences, you can go up to 4'6". But I would prefer we don't have 4-foot high parapet on the roof plan because we're not approving a parapet in excess of what the zoning permits for floor area.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next case, please.
Item number 27, 2022-92 BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island.
Okay. So the last hearing that was held on January 23rd, board accepted the room utilization analysis, but there were still questions that remained regarding the number of vehicular access and the need for so many parking spaces than what is required, and what to do with that excess amount of parking space. So regarding the greening of the lot lines and the parking area, the existing site plan along the residential lot lines were provided. It is much better than the prior ones, and it does show the nature of the, there's a lot more detail in there. So, there is a little bit of a gap along a portion of the residential lot line, I think along the western, southwestern, that corner, there is a little bit of a gap, so more greening needs to be filled in to make it as dense as the existing buffer. The applicant is also proposing additional ground planters along the western portion of the parking lot near the Fingerboard roadway in lieu of replacing the asphalt for in-ground planting. And the applicant is stating that is because the site is located in an area that would require storm management practice, and DEP would classify grassing over an asphalt as a storm disturbance, as a soil disturbance, and would therefore require additional SMPs, and that would be a financial hardship to this nonprofit organization. I would say that, first of all, the kind of planters that's been shown on this asphalt area, we have seen it pretty much consistently. They have failed. Those individual planters with one tree, those never survive. The plants don't survive, and these planters are extremely movable. Once they can be just pushed to the side, and that's it. So I want to go back to one very basic thing. The amount of parking that is being proposed on this site is more than what is required, and the applicant has demonstrated that. So I don't see why this asphalt area needs to be used for parking. So I would say just eliminate the parking from this asphalt area, close that curb cut, and just use that one curb cut that is going to provide access to all the remaining portion of the parking spaces that you have in the building and access to the rest of the perimeter of the site.
I'm
And
just sharing screen so we
Oh,
can see. You're
yes,
talking about
thank you,
this.
thank
Yeah.
you, thank you. Yeah, and then once you close the curb cut, there's no issue of having to park there, and you can provide a continuous green planting along fingerboard. And the interior, I would strongly suggest instead of those individual planters, you provide a continuous planting bed above ground, which can, which is, and I would need details of that. We need details of that to ensure that the planting can survive there, 4 foot high, kind of with enough soil for robust planting to happen. You can create this like a nice passive seating area with plants and trees and low shrubberies. And that way, you meet your parking requirements in those 3 parking spaces that are located on the eastern portion, access from one curb cut, and then that addresses the concern that the board has with regards to excess parking and what happens, and not creating a situation where there will be a need to monitor it. So this kind of contains that issue. And I would say this application, what was very helpful, as I said, the detailed drawings that's been provided of the landscaping, though some of the dimensions were a little difficult to read because they were overlapping on each other. So just please make sure that all the dimensions, especially the depth of all the greening spaces, is clear, because some places I could see where 11 foot is written, but some places it looked like it was 1 foot because of the way it was overlaid. And especially the aerials of existing and the streetscape rendering was very, very helpful. And so I would say just carry all the dimensions that is in the plans consistent in the landscaping plan, and include the details of the above ground planter area that I just talked about. I just want to know if the commissioners are okay with that idea, but that's my suggestion. And with regards to there was the other question I had. So that's the access, curb cut access, landscaping, 2 things. The third one was with regards to the with the Beige Madras, the height and size. And the other one was the dormitory facility. I want to talk about the dormitory facilities and the excess storage, and that is being proposed in the basement of the dormitory building. So because the board had expressed concern about that and that it may be misappropriately used. So in response to the board concerns, and I think what the applicant is stating, I will let it be, but a note should be added to the plan stating that no programming spaces shall be located in the designated storage areas. I mean, that's what's there right now. I would suggest modifying the note to add, including but not limited to sleeping restriction, gathering, and religious functions, so that it would only be used for storage purposes, and that would satisfy my concern. With regards to the Beige Madras, and the height and the size, I had expressed concern. After looking at the aerial view that the applicant has provided, which was very helpful, and further understanding the topography of the site, I would say that this is an unusual site from that point of view, is that the site slopes significantly down from the 2 roads, 2 of the adjacent streets and the residential homes that abut them. And so from that point of view, and the program of this space where it is an exclusively a religious education center with a dormitory that would facilitate, that means the students would be here all throughout the day from 6 in the morning till 10 at night, to actually 9 at night. And they will be using the Beige Madraj area for not only for prayers, but also for learning. So it is a different way of using Beige Madraj than what we typically see in other yeshivas or synagogues. So I would, I'm okay with this based on that. I though would caution future applicants from considering the proposed square foot ratio as a new norm. It is not. It is the uniqueness of the site condition and the way the site slopes down, as I said, and the programming of this space. It's a combination of those findings based on which I'm okay with the Beige Madraj. So that narrows it out. I think the only minor, I think it's minor and very curable, is the curb cut, extra curb cut from fingerboard. And if that parking is not required, as stated in the zoning analysis and the program, just reduce do not rely on it as a parking space, and then we are done. I'm fine with this application. I do want to know what the status of the secret review is, Ms. Benke.
We still have open air quality and noise.
Oh, we have, okay.
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct. We're waiting for the final version of plans to send to DEP. We have to check that the submission is up to date with any changes that is happening, and as well as for hazmat, checking on the status of the E designation that's requested. And DOT, the submission was sent on January 11th, so we're still waiting on that review.
Okay, so there is an E designation that is being considered for this site,
Yes,
and those would need to be incorporated into the site plan also.
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I too appreciated the programmatic needs explanation for the Beige Madraj. I do want to note that part of the uniqueness of this particular site is that the building that it's replacing, it is actually lower in size. The Beige Madraj height would be lower than what it's actually replacing right now. That along with how low the slope on this particular property is, I think it wouldn't create any adverse condition. I do appreciate your comment of the one curb cut, and I understand their concern with the in-ground landscaping, but I do believe that we could do that. That what you suggested about low brushes on high out-of-ground landscaping with the low brushes. I think
Yeah,
that
we
would
have done
survive.
that with, I think there are a couple of sites we have done that where above ground planting, one continuous planting has been
Yeah,
provided.
and that's seemed to
Um,
succeed.
And that can be done this way. You don't have to worry about it being moved or broken up or damaged. And it's like a continuation of the planting that you are proposing in ground along Fingerboard, and that's located along the western lot line of the residential. And it continues to flow into that space. And you already have an existing planting oval in the middle, so it can be nicely integrated into a landscape area and can, throw in a couple of benches for people to sit and,
I think that's and I also think that
or a chessboard.
there would be more soil and give more reason for the
Yeah.
plants to survive.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, there are definitely those one part that is like about, I would say, would be 4 foot high or with a diameter of 4 foot are not at all enough for plants to survive. I have seen those fail always. The
Right.
housing complex that I used to live in had those, and year round those plants had to be replaced. And then eventually they were abandoned because it was just too much of an expense to maintain. And it would be a shame if the applicant went through all of that effort to do that and then it doesn't work. It defeats everybody's purpose. So to make it a successful, I think this is the next step that has to happen. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with your solution for reducing the curb cut and the number of parking spaces so that there's no parking in that area that had that second curb cut. And I also agree that the area should be filled in with planting because I feel if you leave a concrete vacant area, it will be filled with storage, bus parking, temporary trailers for overflow and all manner of things that are going to bring down the quality of life in that neighborhood. And so I think it should be closed up. There should be soil put in, 4 feet of soil and hardy plants planted. And that would resolve the issue as far as I'm concerned. There won't be a second curb cut. There won't be extra traffic going in and out. I think that's a perfect solution.
Okay. I just want to say, this suggestion of eliminating the curb cut and the parking requirement, I don't want to take full credit for it. I did see it, but it didn't strike me initially until Commissioner Sheta mentioned it to me. I said, oh yeah, that's right. So I want to share that credit with Commissioner
Okay,
Sheta.
well, Commissioner Shepherd, thank you. Great solution.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair, that, yes, close the curb cut, put 4 feet of soil, use the entire area as planting, and you're done. You don't need that parking. I just want to respond to the argument that raised in the submission that the removal of the asphalt would require like more complicated storm management system. My understanding and based my experience was DEP, which is not that great. If ground disturbance is more than a specific limit, you need to make a submission about how you're gonna manage storm during construction. The way it's written in the submission, it implies that the storm management system for the site itself will be complicated. That's not accurate. If this is what was meant, that's not accurate. The storm water, if you remove asphalt and replace it with soil, with planting, the resulting water discharge would be less than if you have the same area as paved area. So just wanted to make sure that this point is clear. And I'm in full agreement with the like closing the entire area and using it as a big planter instead of putting tiny planters and later on they could be moved and then we're back to square one.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you again. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. As is consistent with everyone else here, it seems, I am okay with all of the proposed changes, except for this curb cut and 9 parking spaces, as I think we're all in agreement that it should be eliminated, the curb cut and the 9 parking spaces. To kind of continue off of what Commissioner Sheta is stating, in my experience, when one makes a new building or even significant alteration on a site this large, you definitely need to go through DEP sanitary and storm review. All of it needs to be calculated and modified based on the significant changes that you're making to the site. And this is a massive site, so one will anyway need to go through some level of design for stormwater management. I mean, that's a requirement for every new building in New York City. So to claim it as a hardship seems but not fully fleshed out here. And then, they say that the applicant states it's an MS4, which from what I understand, these sites are near waterways or other sort of natural bodies of drainage, opportunities to drain directly into natural bodies of water. So, I've worked on some projects along the East River where you separate storm from sanitary, as is generally a city desire in the future. I don't understand how this also further adds a hardship to the site, as it's something that's, anyway, I would like more understanding of why the proposed change to landscaping instead of asphalt actually presents an actual hardship to the applicant. As Commissioner Sheta stated, bringing softscape in lieu of hardscape usually improves your overall storm calculations. And it's a massive area that would improve that on-site retention of storm. So again, this is the one sticking point to me because when it came up before that drainage was an issue, we didn't buy it and I don't really buy it here. So I think it could, well, anyway, I'll stop there. I have nothing further.
So I think if we've given two options, one is in-ground planting. And if in-ground planting is not possible, then do an above-ground planting.
Which is actually in new ground planting. You put new ground, then you plant inside that.
It's
Yeah.
it's a choice.
Yeah.
So either way, I think what I'm hearing from all the commissioners here is that that parking space is not needed as indicated by the application. And therefore just eliminate that altogether. And just convert it into an in-ground or above ground parking for that entirety of the area instead of one
Wait.
planter, Sorry, go ahead.
You said parking, but you
Sorry.
meant
Oh,
planting.
I'm sorry, in-ground planting or above-ground planting, instead of one planting pod at a time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, Chair, I'm not sure if the planting strip along fingerboard is extended along the entire frontage of the site. If you look at the plans, Commissioner Yulman you can probably provide with this better than me. But I'm looking at the plans.
I thought they
And
did.
I shared
I
that.
could be wrong.
Yeah, here, if you look at the dark green here, that dark green, this, you
Right.
see here, it's not extended, so.
Right, that's where I
Yeah.
see.
Let me just,
Can
Oh,
you zoom in?
yeah,
I
yeah.
think,
I think it's because the labeling.
no, if you look at the legend, you're gonna see that the dark green is different from the,
Right, but there are
Right.
trees in
Yeah.
the light green.
I think the question is what kind of trees are those? So we need to
Yeah.
make sure they are taller trees similar to the ones that are located.
it might be like an editing issue, so probably they need to like
Yeah,
put like same legend as this image.
similar
this-
kind of
yeah,
planting.
in this area.
Yeah, and once you close up that curb cut, you just have one continuous
Yep.
strip.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Move on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think we are closing in on this one. So this should be doable. Next case, please. Thank you.
Item number 28, 2023-04 BZ on 20207 BZ, 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. You want to pull these separately, right?
We should call
Avenue
them together. I think
Together?
we have been because pretty much
Okay,
the
so then item 29, 2023-05 BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn.
Okay. So at the last hearing, the board had asked the applicant to provide some alternative parking solution. To that end, the applicant provided a commitment letter. There really is not, I mean, at the last hearing, we kind of went through all the findings and we came to the conclusion they met all the findings. So now we are waiting for all the necessary sign-offs for
Secret, yeah.
DOT and
Ask.
DEP, I believe. So let me go to Ms. Benke to find out what the status is.
DEP just issued a letter on March 22nd for air quality and noise, asking for more information. And for hazmat, the revised RAP and CHASP is under review.
Okay. And do we have anything from DOT?
Let me check my notes. This might have screened out, but let me check.
Yeah, I think it was screened out, but I'm
School
can't.
safety doesn't comment because of it's a daycare.
Right, okay. So DOT was screened out.
Let me confirm, but I believe so. And get back to you in a minute.
Sure. Let me go to Vice Chair Shubeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with this application, just waiting on the sign-offs. Nothing further.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no issues with with both of the applications.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the two applications, Avenue T and McDonald.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon,
Thank you. I'm satisfied with both applications.
thank you. Ms. Benke, do you want to,
Having some computer issues, so let me.
Okay.
I will let you know at the hearing.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, moving on, new cases. Item number 30, 2023-55 BZ, 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice, and committee board voted to approve this application. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-211 to permit the operation of an automotive service within an accessory convenience store at the subject site. This is an existing automotive service station with a convenience store, and actually, it was an auto repair facility which is operating as a convenience store, and the applicant is proposing to kind of relay out this entire site and relocate the convenience store at a different location and change some of the interior circulation. I have to say the radius map was slightly difficult to read because it did not have the zoning districts. So I was constantly trying to go back and forth between the ZOLA and the zoning district map, zoning map to identify that. So please indicate the zoning district lines. I am trying to understand if this site was part of any prior BSA approval related to an automotive use. I'm not sure. So if the applicant needs to do a little bit of a homework to identify that, because the zoning district is an R5D with a C23 overlay. So a gasoline service station would not be permitted as of right unless it was an M zone or a C8 zone that was rezoned to an R5. So the applicant needs to kind of clarify that. So as I stated, the applicant is proposing to reconfigure the existing gasoline station with a new canopy and relocate the underground storage tank and build a new structure for an accessory convenience store. And this would also eliminate some of the curb cuts on the side and consolidate some of the curb cuts, especially along Rockaway Boulevard and along, I think, 150th Street. So moving on to the findings of section 73-211, the applicant meets finding A. The site has a lot area that exceeds the required 7,500 square feet. With regards to finding B, it's regarding the major I think the applicant needs to note that the location of the site shown on the major arterial map is actually incorrect. It is on Rockaway Boulevard near Sutphin. And Rockaway Boulevard is indicated as a major street in this arterial highway map. So please correct the location on this map. So based on those basic premise, going by the conditions, the proposed use would be a continuation of a gasoline service station and a new accessory convenience store. And convenience store, though not listed in it will be it is not listed there, but it would be an enclosed one. And there will be no other auto service related uses on the site. So B1 is not applicable. Sorry. With regards to 2, the site is the proposed plan would provide 7 parking spaces on the zoning lot. More than 5 spaces would be required for the proposed building. That's what the applicant is stating. And I think the parking requirement is 1 per 300 for the convenience store. So I just want to make sure that that it meets that requirement. So the other question is, there's a question of the reservoir spaces. In addition to providing the 7 parking spaces, I wanted to know if there is a pass-by lane along the rear lot line. I wasn't quite clear if that's a pass-by lane or that's a lane that would be used for vehicles that are trying to use the vacuum or machines that are located along the lot line. So if the applicant can clarify. We did receive, with regards to finding number 3 or condition number 3, we did receive DOT comments from 2023. Those need to be responded to by the applicant. I have to say, as I was looking at the comments, I had similar concern with regards to the location of the curb cuts, especially along Rockaway Boulevard. And I would need clarification on the proposed relocation and enlargement of the easternmost curb cut on Rockaway Boulevard. Based on the maneuverability drawing provided for the fuel truck would be positioned in a way that it would have to back out to turn right onto 150th Street. Or if the truck can't do that, it would then block the sidewalk while fueling. So to me, I think the way I see it, if you want that fueling truck to approach the site from Rockaway and make a right turn onto the site, the curb cut, the easternmost curb cut probably needs to be moved a little west to allow for the fuel truck to go in fully and then also be allowed to make a right turn from that to 150th Street without having to back on to Rockaway and cause an issue with pedestrian safety and vehicular safety.
Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Benke?
Yes, they did submit a response to DOT comments on March 6th, and it's under review by DOT.
Okay, great. Thank you. So also I had a question if moving the fuel pumps westward also ease the fuel truck movement. And there is right now a 30-foot space from the parking space and to the nearest gas pump. So there is enough space to move the fuel pumps little westward, and that may also ease the movement of the truck. I'm just stating this based on what I'm seeing, but I look forward to seeing DOT's review on this. With regards to item number 4, so the applicant is proposing a landscaped area behind the building. Again, I have to say, I don't think a planting would thrive in that area, abutting the residential home, the proposed building and the residential home that's located on lot 19, fronting on 149th Street, because it would be perpetually in shadow. And I think in reality, when there is an enclosed gated area with landscaping, it really it ends up being not a landscape area. It ends up being an area for storage. So I would suggest that the that a PVC fence along this section of the provide a PVC fence along this section, oh no, this is my note. I'm sorry. I think I was writing this a little late in the day. So the proposed PVC fence along this section of the site along the rear lot line, starting from the portion where the convenience store is and all the way to the rear lot line along this open area, I don't think will be sufficient to buffer the open area. So I would suggest the applicant provides a 6-foot high masonry wall up to the parking space. So and the rest of the site remains as a PVC fence along the rear lot line, because that's where the community facility is located. And the masonry wall would provide an adequate buffer between the parking area and the activities and in the parking lot, the gasoline service station from the abutting home that's on lot 19. Though I have to say lot 19, as I did the Acris, it's owned by the church, but it is used for residential purposes. So again, as I said, instead of planting in that enclosed landscape area, provide additional street tree on 149th Street. I think another street tree can be provided there. And also another street tree can be provided in Rocker Boulevard where there was a curb cut, where there is a curb cut right now. So with regards to item number 5, the signage calculation needs to be provided with the drawing set totaling 150 square foot on the zoning lot. That was not provided. There is an open ECB violation regarding occupancy contrary to CO. And I believe this proposed action that is before us, should it be approved, it would cure that violation. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements. The only thing I'd like to add is they don't specify what time the trash removal is. They only say it's early in the morning. And considering that the lot 19 is, I think, the Union Methodist Church, but being used residential, as you stated, I think that they should be mindful of the neighbors and perhaps a time that's not so early in the morning where they don't disturb the residents around them.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
I'm satisfied with the application except the second finding for 73-211 which relates to DOT review. So this is the only item I'm waiting for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions to add to all of your comments, Chair. So this is Google Maps from November 2020. You can see there was a chain link fence here that cordoned off part of the site, and there's this trailer, which does not seem to be there any longer. And let's see, when you zoom out to Rockaway, maybe the trailer then moves in 2022 to the sidewalk. And you can also see in their photos, this trailer is still here. So can you explain what the trailer is? And obviously, if it's associated with the site, it needs to be removed because it should not be on the public right of way. Also, part of the proposal is to relocate the Q7 bus stop, which is on Rockaway Boulevard near the intersection of 150th Street. So this is where it currently is, near the intersection. It's being proposed to move it where the existing curb cut or one of the existing curb cuts will be closed. Please give us some update on where you are with the TA on relocating this stop, because I think, Chair, you're suggesting that the proposed enlarged curb cut move to the west. I think we just need to be mindful of where this Q7 bus stop goes and how the maneuverability impacts people waiting for the bus.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something DOT is going to weigh in on, and that is going to affect the location of the easternmost curb cut. I think that is a concerning one, and that's a good point. The bus stop being relocated would add to another encumbrance. Thank you. Next case, item number 32.
Item number 31 was already discussed. Item number 32, 2023-68BZ, 8-10 Grand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of filing and also hearing notice. Community Board has voted to approve this application. We did receive 3 letters of support. This is an application pursuant to zoning resolution section 7221 for a use variance to convert commercial units to residential units in a building that is located in an M12 zoning district. So, and further clarification, this is already a building that consists of IMD units that did receive, I believe, certification. But the building consists of both IMD units on upper floors and some on lower, second floor, and commercial units on second floors and ground floor. The applicant is proposing to convert the entirety of the building, except for the ground floor on, for a portion of the building that is facing Flushing Avenue, to be converted to residential use. So this is a change of use only for the units that are located, what is the building address being 10 Grand Avenue, to convert the remaining commercial uses on the second floor, and all but one commercial use on the first floor. Okay. So, just with regards to the history of the site, I was trying to understand the tax lot number. Is the tax lot number the same? I mean, I saw somewhere it says 27, and there was a certificate of occupancy was provided. It wasn't clear it was for which building. So if the applicant could clarify that, that would be helpful. So the footnote on page 8 of Statement of Facts states that a portion of the building at 10 Grand will be removed to enlarge the rear yard. This would reduce the building floor area by 1,500 square foot. In the Statement of Fact, the total building floor area is not consistent. It varies. And so the reduction in the floor area of that 1,564 square foot will also change. It's also seemed to be changing the number. So please be consistent and go through the regular zoning calculation and the documents and make sure the floor area to remain, floor area to be deleted, and the total floor area all is consistent in the entire set. The application needs to include a chart that identifies each unit in the building by floor, unit number, and tallies it with the floor plan, and provide the status of each of the unit, because it wasn't clear as to which of the unit is a certified IMD, and are there units that are not certified but are being used for residential purposes, and are there units, and which are the units that are being proposed to be legalized pursuant to MDL or pursuant to the variance, and which units are still being used for non-residential purposes. So as I was looking through the plan, regarding unit number 2-13, it's on 13th floor. On the second floor, unit number 13, sorry. Statement of Facts states that it is the super's office accessory to the residential use. So is there a separate super's unit, and this is going to be an accessory office space for the super, or it's going to be the space where the super will be residing, because it is shown as a residential use. So I just want a clarification on it. And also, as I was going through the proposed plan, though this is not before the board, from my understanding, I wanted to know, both on 4th floor and on 7th floor, the plans have a note saying abandoning stair A, and stair A is abandoned and not to be used for egress purposes, and all doors are to be sealed. That's the note. So I just want to know that why only on 4th floor and 7th floor that note is there. It should be applicable for all the floors where that stair run is. So just edit the drawings accordingly. So moving on to the findings related to 7221 uniqueness, the applicant is claiming functional obsolescence, and that the building cannot accommodate conforming end use. So I would like the applicant to indicate on the plan the location of the existing loading dock to help clarify the issue of the location of the loading dock and the freight elevator. The Statement of Facts and Finding keeps mentioning it, but I couldn't quite find it in the drawing. So if that could be indicated, that would be helpful. Now, I also want to state that in this zoning district, there are certain use groups 6 and 4s that are permitted, and the findings should clarify in a narrative way why such uses are not possible and cannot be located here. And that also adds to the financial analysis as to how this is being done. The applicant needs to clarify the difference between the 40 existing IMD unit versus the residential unit breakdown that is being analyzed for as of right, which is existing 19 lofts units and 26 market rate units. Their numbers are a little bit not lining up, so I don't know how that affects the financial analysis, but I think that was my first pick on it. And the methodology that is proposed is the question I have for Commissioner Otley Brown, if that is acceptable. With Commissioner Otley Brown is saying yes, so that's fine with me then, because in terms of the analysis of the remaining documents seemed okay, but Commissioner Otley Brown can shed more light on that. With regards to the neighborhood character, the applicant meets the finding C because there is a mix of uses in some of the buildings that are located in this area. And the building form, of course, is not going to change. So I don't have an issue with the neighborhood character. With regards to self-created, it's a very complicated one, but based on what I gathered from the ownership chart, at different types, there were 2 tax lots, and at different types, part of the former tax lots were under common ownership, but at no point both of these tax lots together, along with its abutting lots, were in the same ownership. So I think there is not an issue of self-created hardship on that. Though I would like the applicant to.
I thought lots 1 and 23 were co-owned with 27 and 30.
Yeah, from 1974 to 1990.
Yeah,
Oh, they were?
yeah.
Lot 1 and 23.
123 along with 27/30. So the subject lots are 27/30.
Right,
Those are the subjects. And they were, according to their whole list of ownership, co-owned with 1 and 23.
all at the same time.
From
Yeah,
nine-
from
Okay, so then I
74
misread
to
it.
like 1990/1993.
Okay, and what is,
One went off first.
Yeah,
okay, all right. So then I need to go back and revisit that.
I think the applicant should explain how this isn't a self-created hardship.
Self-created hardship,
But
right,
I certainly think it's doable,
yeah.
but it needs to be hashed out.
right, okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'll look at it during the break. With regards to the minimal, so the applicant state that one shared entrance for non-residential and residential use has been cited as one of the factors, and the mixing of uses on floors. I think I don't have an issue with the second floor. It's a kind of a mix of residential and non-residential use. So I just want the applicant to go through the analysis to indicate why lesser variance will not be viable. And the lesser variance is second floor is completely residential, second floor and above, everything is residential. And on the ground floor, the existing commercial uses cannot be used for commercial uses. That doesn't have to be manufacturing, because the statement of facts just keeps talking about manufacturing uses, but there are other commercial uses, use group 6 and 4s that are permitted. So the application needs to go through that exercise of clarifying it, why these uses would not be viable. Because if you're going to contain these uses just on the ground floor, you could provide a separate entrance from the ground level without having to require a freight elevator or a passenger elevator to access the second floor, and it can be just contained on the first floor. But I think it can be done through a narrative and to explain why that is not feasible, and is there a market for it for a certain type of uses there. Well, so those would be very helpful for me, and I think that would address the minimal, but we can't just stop at what has been proposed. I think this exercise has to be done. And I believe there are outstanding violations which are being worked on. And as part of the legalization of the IMDs, I think a lot of these would also get addressed. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I do have a question on DEP, or hazmat, noise, if any of those, if that process has started here.
Yes, it has started. The applicant is providing some clarification regarding hazmat. They said there's no in-ground disturbance. So then we're going to check with DEP about that. WRP, we have sent for review, the EAS, air quality and noise. They're working on some submission updates for that.
What about FDNY? Do they have a state position on this?
That I don't know.
We could ask John Daly at the hearing.
Yeah, I think in this case, it would have to comply with all the fire egress and requirements.
Right.
And already you have an existing building with residential units. So, yeah, but Chief Daly can enlighten
Sure.
us.
Ms. Pranga has a hand up. Director Pranga has a hand up.
Hi, no, I did contact John about this. They do have some description of their fire code compliance though in their application materials
Okay,
as well. Yeah.
okay.
This has also been sent for LPC review for secret.
Okay.
Oh, LPC review. Okay,
Just a screen.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I want to just talk about my questions having to do with finding D, and then I'll go into the financials. Because based on my understanding, when I looked at the deed analysis, it seemed as if lots 1 and 23 were co-owned with subject lot 27/30, I'll call it, because at one point it was 2 separate lots and now they want it to be known as lot 30. So they seem to be co-owned for the time period between 1974 and 1990. I don't feel that this is a deal breaker in terms of the variance, but I think they do need to address the issue of whether or not the site, lots 27/30, along with lots 1 and 23, could have been developed together simply because it is a huge assemblage. When you look at all of those lots, it takes up the better part of half of the block. And then also they should address whether or not selling off lots 1 and 23 limited the development potential of lots 27/30. And what I mean by that is a whole part of their argument is that the building is obsolete for manufacturing and that the remaining commercial use possibilities aren't viable in the positions they are, probably because of lack of street access and lack of loading ability. And so did selling off lots 1 and 23 make this more of an issue than it would have been had they had that entire three frontage access? So they should just address that. And I'm not saying that they can't overcome the self-creation, but it should be talked about in their statement of findings. Then when I go to the financials, I want to talk about the methodology that they use, that residual value approach. And initially I was skeptical that is this inflating the site value? But then I thought about it, and the other option that they could have had, which would have been land plus depreciated building, wouldn't exactly get at the value of this building, because even though it is obsolete for manufacturing purposes, it is a very viable building right now in terms of its IMD usage. So it is almost fully leased up. And so you want to get at that building value when you talk about the site, and also kind of separate that out from the land value.
Okay.
So I thought, okay, this is a good approach. Then from that point, it's really a question of looking at the development costs and seeing whether or not the development costs that are used to make up the construction costs of the existing, that benchmark needs to be documented, and then you can move on to the costs for the as of right and then the costs for the proposed. And so while the statement of facts goes through the Alt-1 application that was filed in order to legalize and bring all the IMD apartments up to code, as well as bringing the commercial units up to code. And it's a very lengthy Alt-1 application / addendum. There isn't a corresponding cost estimation report for it in the financials, which I think should be used as a benchmark basis for then talking about what an as of right conversion would be versus what a proposed conversion would be. And so I think that's what's missing from the financials. I think that when you look at the total as of right, hard costs and soft costs and divide it by the gross square footage, it's $221 a gross square foot because it is an alteration, so it's not affecting every single square foot of the building. That's why it seems like it's on the low side. I think it's probably fine. I'm accepting the use of the cost estimator versus Marshall and Swift because this is a very particular type of alteration. And so I think that in this case, it's okay to use the cost estimator. I think that the construction costs for the proposed, also in the mid 200s a square foot, are probably appropriate for an alteration of this magnitude. I looked at the soft cost to hard cost ratio, and it's at 32% for the as of right and the existing, and at 34% for the proposed. That's within the range of acceptability. So basically, I need more detail on the differences between the 3 construction jobs. And one way they could provide that is giving me that benchmark basic for what has to be done regardless of whether or not they come to us, and then move on to the as of right and the proposed. And it's for me, because I'm not in the field like Commissioner Sheta and Commissioner Yoon, looking at a 7-page detailed listing in the financials is difficult for me to then sit there and go from the as of right then to the proposed, and the as of right to the proposed, when the scope of work on both is slightly different. So that's why I need more information.
Okay. Wow, that is very clear. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but on the findings, I'm okay with all the findings. I'll defer to Commissioner Arthur Brown on the self-created point, finding D. And on the hardship, yes, I do believe that the site is unique. They do have a hardship, and I don't think that granting the variance would impact the neighborhood. And finding E, which is the last one, the minimal variance, I'll hover on that with regard to the ground floor and whether it could be fully utilized for commercial or not. But before that, on the construction cost estimate, I did go through it, and I do believe that the numbers are okay, they are within the range. However, there are some housekeeping comments that I would like to highlight. Hold on 1 second. So I'll start with page 52. When I went over it, I wasn't able to justify which one is which, whether this is the as of right or the proposed. Typically, people put the as of right first and then the proposed. I believe that's what was done, but they need to add some heading here to show whether this is the as of right or the proposed. The second point is page 52, where I do have some inconsistency. Let me go to, this is page 2 actually, yeah. And if you look at the stair demolition, it's 7 times 30.5, it doesn't come to like 219. So this is, if you run the numbers, you do not like close the loop. Probably same thing here. Same here, I see one lump sum item. And this, the reason I highlighted this is because it talks about CCA repairs. And I do have a comment on that. Please confirm whether these repairs are structural in nature. And if they are structural, because this is a repair to an existing concrete, if they are structural, I just want to put it on the record that BSA is not looking at any like details, drawings, or details concerning that kind of repair. It's up to the DOB to review that. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the construction cost estimate. On the ground floor, if you look at, to your point, Chair, if you look at the ground floor, the area that they elected to keep as commercial is here. And if you look at the average span for this area, it's around 20 feet by 20 feet, the distance between the columns. But on this one, which is actually much larger, like the span between columns, the free span is like 30 by 30. So I would think that this probably area is much easier to utilize as commercial or manufacturing than the other one. So if they are able to utilize this or to keep this as commercial or even if it was residential, I do believe that the span here, the 30-foot range of the column spacing could probably be easily utilized as manufacturing or commercial use.
Right, the applicant is proposing to
they're doing.
retain this as commercial use. Yeah,
As well as the frontage on
Yeah.
Grand Avenue.
Okay.
so anything that is hatched out.
Oh,
what
actually,
we
you're right. Yes,
propose-
it's residential, yes.
Yeah, it's being
Yeah.
proposed to be
Yeah,
converted to
yeah,
residential.
yeah, that makes sense then. Thank you.
So my question is, just those units in the back, the applicant needs to go through a narrative to identify why any non-manufacturing but permitted uses in M cannot be located there and will not be viable.
I believe manufacturing would be like tough for them because of the span, 20 feet. Is
I agree, that's why I'm saying
Yeah.
not manufacturing,
Yeah.
but you could have commercial office spaces. You could
Probably,
have,
yeah.
there are other facilities that are permitted, use group 6, there are various use group 6 that are permitted, use group 4 that's permitted. So can those be located there? And you could provide an entrance from a parallel entrance, like from the main from Grand Avenue to the commercial corridor without having to go through the residential portion. And you don't have to use the stair to go to the second floor or the elevator. You don't need a freight. Everything can be
I see.
a 5-foot wide corridor would be enough to take all your goods in and out.
Okay. Thank you.
But that's a narrative. I don't think they need to go through a very detailed floor plan or anything. It's a more of an exercise through statements. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I am also okay with findings. All of the findings, I will defer to Commissioner Otley Brown also on the self-created. I'm happy to see the buildings being upgraded to meet the residential needs. It's probably a long time coming. And they do explain in their statement of findings that the 10 Grand Avenue segment, which is the one that Commissioner Sheta was just pointing out, does have 20-foot by 20-foot column grids, which is more typical for, or lends itself more to residential use. And that it has low 10-foot-8 floor to ceiling heights. In their economic analysis, they provide some comps of commercial spaces nearby, which have far superior light and column spacing. So I was satisfied with that. I also went to the site and saw that construction and improvements are underway and the gym is very much being used and operational. And I thought I was satisfied with the proposal, and I feel like it's minimal given that there's not a lot of foot traffic on Grand. And Flushing is, of course, a busier avenue, but Grand Street, it's a mix of kind of industrial or manufacturing uses or heavy commercial, less dedicated to sort of consumer or retail foot traffic. Yeah, I have nothing further to add.
I think you have given all the reasons for the minimal. But that's the narrative, that's the description the applicant needs to add to their statement. Thank you.
Okay, move on.
Yes, please.
Final case, item number 33, 73BZ, 926 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and hearing notices. Community board has voted to approve with conditions saying that continued engagement with neighborhoods to address concerns. However, we did also receive several letters of support on this. Yesterday, we received a bunch of them. The applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area, open space ratio, and rear yard. This is an existing building. The action is a special permit pursuant to 73-622 to permit an enlargement of an existing single-family detached residence that is contrary to the underlying bulk regulation. The site is located in the specific community district of 14 in Brooklyn. I looked through the threshold. It meets the threshold requirements that to this date we are still practicing applying. There will be more than 50% on the first floor and more than 50% on the remaining floors of the existing wall and joists will be retained. The applicant is proposing an enlargement that would result in an FAR of 0.98, which is less than 1 FAR. Typically, the board has always put that as a limit. And I think the ask is very minimal. I really don't have anything to say to it. I'm very satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I too am satisfied with this application. I find it to be a reasonable ask and have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied and have no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I am also satisfied with this application.
Great. Okay. Wonderful.
Okay,
Thank you. So are we going to start with the case that we call first?
You want to take a little break so they can get ready?
Yeah, no, we have to get ready, but I just want to give everybody a heads up that we are going to start with
Freeborn Street, 2023-65BZ.
yeah.
Okay,
We are going to start with that.
okay. So this concludes the review session for March 26, 2024. We'll resume.
So
1
we
o'clock.
are at 11:50 mark. So let's say, should we say 12:05? Give ourselves 15 minutes, give enough time for the applicants to get their team together. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so resume at 12:05 for public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, we're about to proceed with the public hearing. Commissioners, please just ensure that your microphones are on. Ms. Matias? We are recording, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed with the public hearing.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for March 26, 2022. Sorry, 2024. Just a note of caution, please put your hands down until I call out the case. Thank you. The first item up is item number 31, 2023, 65 BZ, 241 Freeborn Street, Staten Island. This would be Richard LaBelle, and I guess Jeff Geary is in.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Sheta, could you please turn on your cameras?
Oh,
Sure.
yes, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Commissioner Sheta.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Who should be,
This is a Richard LaBelle case.
right,
I don't know if Mr. Geary, he's the architect involved with this, but.
Mr.
Jeff-
Geary is the architect.
Oh, thank you, Mr. LaBelle and Mr. Weiss.
My apologies to the board. It seems that I'm getting an error message when starting my camera.
Mm,
hmm.
mm.
I'm seeing me. I'm hoping you guys are hearing me.
Yes, Mr. Geary. Yes, Mr. I have to swear everyone in, but Mr. LaBelle, I don't know. Can we do?
I can try to log in on it. I can try to log in on a second device.
Okay. We'll give you a
okay.
minute.
Thank you.
I'll get it next. Yeah, not that you need me.
No, I was hearing noise, so that's.
Is the board able to see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's everyone in your party?
It is.
Okay, each team, sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Richard LaBelle of Sheldon LaBelle PC for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners.
Oh, there's a bit of an echo, Mr. LaBelle.
He froze?
Okay.
No?
Oh, he's
No.
there.
No, he's there. Okay.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay. We had representatives of the executive session and are familiar with the board's comments. To our understanding, given the inapplicability of several findings, we are left with 7371A1, which is that the building must comply with flood-resistant construction standards. This is demonstrated on the plans and materials, and Mr. Geary can attest to this as well, to the extent that the board had questions with regards to DOB's review of those plans.
Okay.
I'm available for questions. I have the plans available if you want to share, if you would like me to share and reference Appendix G requirements on those approved plans, if you like.
Do we need to? I'm looking at the commissioners.
No, that's
It
you.
seemed like you were just looking for something that
I just needed something.
confirmed.
Yeah, I just needed a confirmation document because from the document, it wasn't clear that DOB had signed off on the flood regulations. If you have a drawing which has a stamp that.
The original approved plans are
Yeah.
provided in the materials, I believe. They are stamped by the building department from the original approval. Yes.
Okay, so if you can just submit that for the file, that would be sufficient, and a letter stating that it was approved by you, that would be good enough.
Clarification,
Thank
it was approved by the building department, you mean? It wasn't approved by me.
No, what I mean,
Understood.
a
Thank you.
letter from you that it was approved by DOB and the stamped DOB plans.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair. The remaining applicable sections were 7371B, Section 1, which discusses practical difficulties. I believe that from the board's consideration during executive session, there was an understanding with regards to the practical difficulties that would be created were the applicant required to build 2 homes instead of 1 at this site. In addition to the challenges in terms of the additional cost of building 2 homes, as we cited in the statement of facts with regards to mechanical equipment being on a habitable floor, this would result in, with required side yards and that additional mechanical equipment, unlivable space. So we feel that the applicant satisfies 7371B1. And then with regards to 7371B4 and character, we note the board's discussion that the building falls well within the character of the homes in the surrounding area, not requesting or requiring any waiver of height, setback, or FAR. And we do note that the community board did indeed approve the application.
Yes, yes. It was a well-documented application. My only suggestion would be in the statement of fact, I had to go to the void folder to look at the history of it. I think that history was very critical in understanding why this particular waiver, why this particular special permit was being requested, the history of it, the fact that there was a 3-foot initially that was approved and how the zoning regulation changed pretty much down to the wire. And so my only suggestion would be take those comments from the void folder where the good faith reliance argument was being used and start off with that discussion to insert that into your discussions with regards to B1.
B1. Of course, Chair. Happy to do that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Do you have any other clarification from us? Anybody from your team? If not, I would like to. Go ahead, Mr.
No, please. I believe we have no more questions or clarifications.
Okay, great. Let's then go to.
I have a.
Sorry.
That
Go ahead.
It's not related to the application, but I'll make it very quick. This is zone AE. If this was VE zone, would you be required to comply with the lowest portion of the horizontal structure, the lowest horizontal structural element? If this was zone VE instead of AE?
Jeff,
Can
are you able to
repeat that
address that?
question regarding the VE?
Yes. If this was in a VE zone?
If it was a VE zone,
Yes.
the foundations have to be designed in a very different manner on a VE zone. You would have to, it would be columns and piers throughout rather than an enclosed foundation. So theoretically, if this was a VE zone, the foundation would be very different. The height is, sorry?
I don't want to waste your time. I'm not talking about the foundation. I'm talking about the elevation of the first floor, the lowest floor.
What's funny about VEs is that the lowest, the foundation, the height requirement is different. It's actually lower. It's the height is taken from the bottom of the foundation instead of the top of the living level. So yes, if this was a VE zone with regard to height and habitable area and equipment, we would comply with VE zone requirements. So I guess if there's another flood and something changes, where the heights go up again, we would still comply.
And the ground beam that's taken by the helical piles, the bottom of that is not shown in the drawings, but I presume that it's 4 feet below grade, right?
The helical piles drop minimum 15.
No,
The helical piles themselves, I don't remember all of the heights.
The bottom of the ground beam, not the top of the helical pile where the helical pile touch the footing. This is 4 feet below grade, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 2023-65 BZ, 241 Freeborn Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long will it take for you to make these corrections and provide the plans and the letter?
I can confirm with Jeff, but we should be able to provide these materials within a matter of the next week or so. Jeff, is that correct?
We'd be able to provide a letter in an expedited fashion, yes.
Okay. All right. Just note the April submission date is March.
28.
When is it?
28.
March 28. So, and then, and the next hearing is May 6th, and the submission for that is April 18th. And we have a pretty busy schedule for April 15th. So we will try if we can do it on April 15th, if not, May 6th.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair, for your efforts. We would be able to turn this around relatively quickly. Mr. Geary, would be able to prepare a letter and merely note the DOB approvals on the plans. And again, as you mentioned, the materials are largely completed and in the void folder. So whatever the board is able to do, we appreciate that.
Okay. Did the clock run out?
Yeah, the clock ran out. No calls, no hands up.
All right. Board, I would like to make a recommendation to close this application. Motion to close?
Motion to close, Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye. I just have a general secret. Are there any secret outstanding that I need to know about?
This is a type 2.
Right.
Tracy can confirm it.
Okay. All right. So we only need those additional submissions.
Thank you, Chair. And the applicant also would like to thank the board staff for their assistance in the framing of this application. We really do appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going back to the regular calendar.
Yes. Good seeing you all.
You don't want to do the third call yet?
Which one?
The third call?
I haven't had a chance to review this.
Okay, fine.
We will need a little bit of a break in between. So during that time, we will review it again and then we'll vote it out at that time.
Okay. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 26, 2022, 78 BZ, 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, this would.
Mr. Dale.
Yes. And is Lynn Friedman also part of the team? She has also raised her hand. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon.
And there are Yesha Shore and Zalman Stock. Are they
Zalman
part of the
Stock,
team?
Zalman Stock, Yeshaya
And, yeah.
Shore, Lynn Friedman. I'm not sure. I don't see a list of other.
I just added them to the panel.
Okay, great. I think that's probably it for the team right now. I don't know if there's anybody else in the lobby. If you give me a name, I'll let you know. I don't know if that's the
There's
extent.
nobody else with their hands up except Mr. Stock.
Okay.
Huh.
Is Ian one of your team people? No.
Ian is part of my greater team, but not for this particular project.
Isaac Common.
Okay, I did add Mr. Stock to the panel, but somehow it's not happening.
Yeah, his hand is still up. I can't add him.
It should, Zalman, if you can hear us, there should be like a pop-up window that says to join as a panelist.
Yeah, I did
Okay.
change him to panelist, but I'm not sure what happens at your end once I do that.
We normally get a little bit, I'll tell you, we get a little white pop-up screen that says, would you like to join as a panelist?
That's what we get.
Okay.
Do you need Mr. Stock?
He might be helpful. I'll send him an email and just see if he's able to.
Yeah, I tried several times. It's somehow that's not working.
Maybe you can call in. I don't know.
You know what? I'll send him a message and just see.
He said that his is switched to connecting and is just spinning. Maybe there's a way for him to log out and log back in.
Try it. Do you want to start though, Madam Chair, or Todd, Mr. Dale, do you want to start and?
We can start, and if there's anything particular, he can.
There he's coming in.
There we go.
Okay, everybody's in?
Beautiful. Okay, Mr. Stock, Mr. Shore, video, unmute, Ms. Friedman.
So
Unmute.
I don't have a video on my computer.
Okay.
Is that?
All right.
I can raise my hand.
Okay. Do you affirm, raise your right hands, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on these board member questions?
Yes.
I do. Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Great. I will start, and everyone else can participate when it's their turn. Todd Gale for the applicant. Just want to say I thank the board for taking the time to review this. You know, after the prior hearing, we really took the board's counsel to heart and really the entire team got together and really reviewed the application and try and respond to all the issues and questions that were raised. From review session, I do have a number of items that were discussed. I'll discuss them, respond to them now, and we can also respond in writing in a future submission as needed. Let me start with the community board. Just to confirm, we did share a copy of the latest submission. I believe we had mailed it to the local community board. We have appeared at one land use committee meeting for the community board. I did reach out to them a couple of other times and didn't receive any other response or invitation to a future meeting or a full board meeting. Later today, I will call them and see if they want a digital copy of the latest materials and also make ourselves available for any meeting that they want. But I just want to assure the board that we're happy to appear before the community board. We did have the one meeting and there was no final determination. That just didn't receive any subsequent follow-up responses from them. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. With respect to
sorry, just staying on the community board, just going forward for any future submissions that needs to be made, please do share it with the community board and notify them of the public hearing.
Sure, we'll definitely do that. And, for something like this, we'll also, for more significant projects, we also reach out to them to see if they like digital copies as opposed to the hard copy mailings.
Thank you.
Next on my list, the Department of Transportation and the vault approval. Just note that there is a note on the most recent plan saying that revocable consent would be required from the Department of Transportation. If the board prefers, we could also supplement that note and say that the BSA takes no position on the vault. Something along those lines, if the board would like that additional language in the condition. With respect to the approval, and Zalman might be able to supplement this if needed, there is an agreement essentially in place with the Department of Transportation. The current issue prior to finalizing that agreement is that Department of Parks needs to review whether one tree would need to be removed or not, and we're waiting on the Department of Parks response. I believe the current estimate is probably 4 weeks is our best guess as to when there might be resolution on that.
Okay.
Okay. Is the board happy with the current note, or do they want the additional language, or is there any specific language they might want?
I think my only concern would be, it would be best if you have a DOT approved plan for the, and then we basically can say that we have no say on the vault. But in terms of the programmatic, it helps us understand what can be contained in the area, and thereby it also affects the location of the other programmatic space within the building. That's really why I very much would want the sign off from DOT before we finalize the drawing, because there is some amount of a parallel understanding of that with the programmatic need and the rest of the site, the asks. But the note can be there, but it may be moot if DOT is going to approve it.
Okay, understood. We'll keep you up to date on Department of Transportation approval. Hopefully it's finalized and the timelines are synchronized. If not, we can revisit it, at a future appearance and add a note or whatever conditions is needed. But hopefully it's taken care of at time.
Okay, sounds good.
Great. The next item that was raised, I believe, Chair, you raised a question. I just want to clarify the warming kitchen and the dry goods storage space. Just to confirm, and we're agreeable should the application be granted to any condition that this would not be used for catering. No catering is planned at all. This is only for the use of the congregation. The dry goods space is really used for storage of bulk ordered items. There are many multi-day holidays. As an example, I think Sukkot, which we'll get to later, can last 8 days. And if Shabbos and Rosh Hashanah are concurrent, it could be 3 to 4 days. And this is really designed for bulk storage of like canned goods or bottled water, non-perishable items that are ordered in advance of these multi-day celebrations and holidays. And just to confirm, the ordering isn't daily. It's maybe once or twice a month, but it's really the bulk storage space for those holidays.
Okay.
That's the intended use. Okay.
Okay. You could just beef up that part of your.
Sure. Okay. I will make a note of that right now to explain the dry goods storage a little bit more.
Yeah.
Not a problem. The next item on my list, and I'll just give a brief introduction, then I can defer to Yeshaya and Lynn. So with respect to the first floor space, there was discussion about the Stiebel rooms that are shown there as part of the redesign, and the fact that they are larger than some of the program rooms that were shown in the cellar space that needed to be removed. I would just generally note a couple of things. First, these rooms really are a reflection of the efforts that were put in by the congregation and the whole development team after the prior hearing at the suggestion of the board to really focus on what are the true programmatic needs of the congregation. And I would say that they're more reflective of the space that's needed for the programs that the congregation wants to provide. But I would also note that it's not really a one-to-one equivalent with the cellar space. The redesigned building also minimized some of the program rooms that were on the third floor of the prior design. There were larger multiple rooms that were up there. So I would say that, not to oversimplify, but I'm going to simplify, some of the cellar program space that was lost and some of the reduction in the third floor program space translates to some of the space that's now in these Stiebel rooms. But more importantly, what they are is they're the reflection of a real analysis of the programs, the programmatic needs and the space that's required for these Stiebel rooms. Lynn or Yeshaya, if you want to help address those comments or speak to the questions the board might have had about the first floor space.
First of all, I just want to make, I may have mispronounced the word. Can you pronounce it properly so that I do not make that mistake again?
Stiebel.
Stiebel.
Oh, not Stiebel, Stiebel. Okay, thank you. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Friedman.
Yeah, so thank you. So we had quite a process going on after the last hearing, which we were not part of the process prior to then. And then the design team, Yeshaya being the architect, and the congregation really had to sit down and gather the information that they needed to figure out. And what happened is that they were able to trace where they have various programs going on throughout the neighborhood, and some in private homes and some prayers here and prayers there. And when they finally sat down and did the quantitative and qualitative collection of information, and we were able to spread that out and figure out where everything has to go, then they came up with an entirely different building. As you see, it's a totally different synagogue than it was before. But this one makes sense. So you can see, and if you've had the time or the patience to go through the way we break it down, services and programs, let's say on pages 45 to 53, where we break down all the different kinds of programs and activities that will go on in this synagogue building throughout the week, and some which are just yearly programs, but mostly daily and weekly. The daily prayers in the Stiebel rooms have constant rotating meetings happening with different groups coming throughout the designated prayer times being based on the clock. So morning prayers, afternoon prayers, and evening prayers. So not just 3 single times a day, but within those timeframes, you're going to have prayers happening. So all of those programs, plus the classes, the Mommy and Me, there's a wonderful program that they have called Friendship Circle, where special needs children are paired with neurotypical children, teenagers who meet with them after school, and they needed space for that. And because they never actually consolidated the information, they never knew what they needed until they actually sat down and said, well, where will we put Mommy and Me? Where will we have our men's classes, our women's classes, our classes for teenagers, and the evening learning program for the boys who do their homework, the younger boys, the older boys. And as we worked through it, the spaces came together, and we were back and forth. As you see, it's been months since August. And that was part of what it was, so that they could actually design it appropriately. So the breakdown of uses, once that was done, you'll see is a little further in the report, starting with page 56, where we actually created tables. And then we took the schedules, pages 71 to 90, where you'll see the schedules and utilization, where we broke it down and we created some graphs and some charts for you to see when each activity happens. It gives you a better picture of how this building actually is planned. It's really been planned beautifully.
I do commend the team in their effort to and the congregation to kind of look at what the actual need is and put the spaces allocation on a need basis. And this does appear better, reads better, and it is more in line with what we have seen. So I do want to thank the team for pushing that. Sometimes it's a wish and a want and a need, and I think breaking it to what you absolutely need and how that can also serve as a function for a want is a great thing. So
a lot of that did happen, where we were figuring out multi-function spaces, where we have a prayer space that becomes the social hall for the women, and that also is being used for larger groups, for other kinds of classes. It really came together beautifully.
That was good. I would just add, it was also a real learning experience. I mean, to find out just how the congregation has been so spread out, so many different spaces, and it's really, a wonderful opportunity to be able to find a home and put all those spaces together. So that I would say is why those first floor spaces appear larger. They're really not larger when you review the programmatic needs and the revision of the third floor in the cellar space. I don't know if there's any other questions the board might have about that issue. If not, I can move on to the next item on my list.
no, I think I'm fine with it. all the other commissioners also nodding in agreement.
Great. Okay. The next thing I would move on to, and I'm sorry, they go hand in hand, are the proposed roof area for sukkahs and the concerns that were raised with the board. I would just generally state that we fully understand the issues that have been raised by the board, concerns of the needs of the congregation, but the practicalities and the use of the space. And I just want to let you know, just overall, we're very willing to work with the board with any conditions and options, and perhaps together, not only setting a path for this particular building, but perhaps future applicants that might come forward. Generally, I would say with respect to the roof areas, we will review. We think we might have other examples where the board has had designs, other synagogues where there have been roof spaces. But, beyond that, I do know that, our office in particular, and I know other applications that come before the board have had for yeshivas, some play areas that have been on roofs. And even though that may not be a one-to-one equivalent, these are activity spaces that are on roofs that are often in residential neighborhoods. And there may be some design factors that have been incorporated into some of these other applications that we can borrow from and apply to this particular site. One of the things that was raised as far as an architectural solution was, possible sound attenuation barriers or fences. We're very open to adding those items in, things that would suit the congregation, but also address the board's concerns. One of the questions that came up, and this kind of goes hand in hand, is I know that it's been a question with respect to parapet heights and floor area, and just to know for the board, the parapets were reduced on this design to go to 4 feet because that's the permitted height for a permitted obstruction from a parapet. I do know that there's reference to 3 foot 8 inches within the definition of floor area. Unfortunately, the zoning resolution doesn't define roof terraces and balconies, so it makes a little bit concerned area. But I just wanted to know that the 4 feet was proposed based on the tangible 4 feet, that's allowed for an obstruction. That said, we're willing to work with whatever parapet heights are required and to add sound attenuation, and we can explore options to present them to the boards. I do know, from our experience, we did have yeshiva recently. There was approval that had a play area where an attenuation barrier was set up within the internal portion of the roof. So it maintained the fire access lane. There was a parapet proposed, but the fenced areas, the best way I can describe it, was more internal to the roof. And I believe, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out on the proposed plans, the sukkahs area that's set aside is actually internal, adjacent to the social hall and synagogue gallery, and the fire lane is outside that. So there may be, an option to prevent some sort of acoustic barrier there. The question that comes up, and I realize it's always a question of balancing, the question that comes up is that if we did put in an acoustic fence, does that then, even if we reduce the parapet to 3 foot 8, does that then make it zoning floor area, the area where the sukkahs would be if you had the acoustic barrier? So it's a question of that might raise the proposed FAR slightly. I think I did a quick back of the math calculation from like 2.73 to 2.85. So it would increase the floor area waiver required, but that balances with the neighborhood character issues where this would contain this area and provide, permanent sound attenuation options within this space. So, again, we can explore that. We're happy to offer a potential solution to the board. I just want to let you know that we would work with the board as far as providing these options. I would also note, I realize that often architectural solutions are the preference in design solutions, but this really is designed for use during the holiday, which would be like roughly a week-long period, and it's not designed for use during other times. We're willing to any conditions with respect to time limitations, operational conditions. I would also note no application of noises is proposed, and we would agree to the standard condition that's often done on other applications. And there's no specific like exterior lighting that's proposed, just safety lighting, but we would, any lighting notes or concerns about it being directed to the interior would agree. This really was designed to provide the sukkah space. The area where the social gallery is located to the east, adjacent to the one, immediately adjacent building, so that the open space is purposefully designed to be located towards the intersection and the street, being really cognizant of the neighbors. So there was a lot of thought that went to this. I would also note like the fourth floor, the partial fourth floor is really designed multi-use, again, trying to minimize the variance, making it both the overflow gallery that can also be used as a social hall. So those are my initial comments. If there's any questions about the design, we're happy to answer them now, provide different areas, but, just so the board knows that this is a programmatic need of the congregation. It really is a religious requirement. We understand the concerns, and we're just willing to work with rather than against to come up with a solution that satisfies all concerns.
So, Mr. Dale, while I do recognize all the other commissioners were okay with what you have proposed for the sukkah, I do need my questions to be answered is why couldn't the social hall that's on the fourth floor be used for the sukkah period? Because from the analysis that's been provided, there isn't an overlap of use. So there's not a simultaneous occupancy that's happening. So given that we recently saw a sukkah place that was designed to operate under an operable window kind of a format, why couldn't that social hall be converted into a sukkah place before even we go out to the exterior, the rooftop area?
I think initially I would respond in two ways. I'm not familiar with that other application, but I can speak to the project manager to see if they have any.
Right. This was a very recent application. I think it was on 14th. And it was a very large congregation, granted, but it did go through a pretty robust operable, like a skylight type of thing, which met all the intent and requirements of the practice, the religious practice. So that's why I'm asking that question. So this is not a question that maybe you can answer now, but you need to look at that and kind of give us a reason, the feasibility of that, possibility of that, and how that can be done.
I will speak to it. I'll get the calendar number from the
I
project.
think this was a Sheldon Lobel application.
Yeah, it was calendar number 2022-38-BZ.
Yeah.
We can take a look at that. Initially, I would say that, when you have an open roof like that, there are cost concerns. So I think that's a contributing factor, but also, if that area were to be used, it needs to be open to the sky because of the religious requirements. And that moves the activity area closer to the adjacent building. Whereas right now, I mean, it's a simple answer, but the sukkahs area that's set up is away from the adjacent building. It was purposely designed to be located away from there. And the permanently enclosed space, would minimize the effect on the adjacent building. I mean, we can supplement that in writing, but that would be my initial response would be cost and location are, really, core reasons as to why this design was set forth in this particular.
The other, okay, so you please look into that and provide a response accordingly. The other part is that should there be a rooftop, I am not quite there yet with regards to having a more of a permanent structure within which a sukkah can operate just for the 10 days or 8 days of the year. And I'm thinking more maybe it should be beyond that 6-foot clearance that fire department needs. There be maybe a glass wall that's there, that's of a 4 foot high or so, that actually at least sir, please yeah, thank you. That would at least define the area within which the Circa program would be contained in the roof, and that way it's kept free and clear of the fire egress area.
Sure.
And then
Can I
when,
share my screen for a second?
sure, yes. And then when the temporary structure needs to be installed for the Sukkah festival, that can be put up for that period. Yes. So around that area, the one section already has the parapet wall. So you don't need to do anything. For the remaining two sides, I would say put a low 4-foot high glass wall around that. So that way you contain the area within which the function can happen. And then on the days of Sukkah, you provide the necessary structure to facilitate that that ceremony. And remaining days, then it should not be used, and it should be, and there is no issue of noise attenuation because it will not be used for the rest of the year. That's kind of how I want it to be, so that there is no opportunity for any future use just because it's not noise tended. It's only a temporary period when there would be a disturbance of noise for gathering, but of course, no outdoor noise, no out, external music or other sound devices would be placed. That's, I'm thinking along that line. I don't know, commissioners, what you think about it. But I feel like that may be a way to ensure that this site gets used only for Sukkah purposes and nothing else.
So just so I can understand, this is marked on the plans. We can be clear about it, but this would be the shaded area for the Sukkah that's shown in green.
Right.
This is the fire. So what you're suggesting is perhaps some glass structure or shorter barrier just on the exterior of the Sukkah area
Yeah, yeah.
in lieu of a sound attenuation.
Because sound
measures.
structure would be a permanent structure. So I do not really want to encourage a permanent structure that can encourage uses other than what the intent is. So the idea would be when Sukkah is being performed, the site is prepared, the area is prepared for the for that observation.
So basically something here, and something here.
You already have the parapet wall there of the building, so you don't have to add anything. It's only the two red lines.
Only the two, so get rid of this one. Okay, so the back building, something along those lines, just to essentially cordon off that area would allow its use, would prevent the use in the fire area, and then not adding the sound attenuation would not create sort of a permanent invitation to use that space outside the holiday.
Yes, I'm thinking along that line. And I don't know, commissioners, what you think about that solution. This way, I think you have to provide about a 6-foot high or 8-foot high, like a wall during Sukkah, right, along the area. So you can do that, and when it's done, that can be that should be removed, and those could be part of the conditions.
Okay, we can definitely explore that. Let me stop my share.
Is that commissioners? What do you think?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, if it'll work.
Yeah, seems, I mean, I don't know if it prevents anyone from using the space. It's just a terrace with a 4-foot railing, but that's, I don't think any of the measures we're gonna make will prevent anyone from using the space. So aesthetically, I mean, we'll have the least visual impact, but it's already quite set back from the street, so I'm not so worried about that. But while I'm speaking, also, Mr. Dale, you asked about the floor area. So after some research on our part, we believe that any fence or structure that is 2 feet or more from the parapet wall or from the perimeter of the roof does not trigger a floor area definition. And this is based on letters from city planning, as well as a couple of different variants, ZRD ones that we reviewed that were approved by the DOB. They're specific to certain cases, but this is our interpretation of the definition of floor area as it applies to rooftop terraces.
Regardless of height?
Regardless of height, because for DOE play areas, you need a 10-foot fence. And so Right now, our interpretation is that as long as those fences are 2 feet or more set back from the parapet or the perimeter of the rooftop, that will not trigger floor area.
Okay, so just so I understand, let's say that we can come up with a suitable design with the red lines that I was showing before to designated area. Does that mean the parapet could be 4 feet? If that structure, I guess, I just want to make sure. The last thing I'm going to do is come back to you with a design and have to adjust the parapet again one way or another. So
You're talking about the parapet that's coincident with the street wall. Yes, no, that is very clear in floor area definition that a parapet higher than 3'8" would trigger floor area if it's enclosing more than 67% of the floor. So it's very, very clear in the floor area definition that 3'8" for a parapet or 4'6" for a fence. So while it is a permitted obstruction up to 4 feet, we can't change the way it's written in the floor area definition.
no, I understand. So if we reduced the parapet to 3'8" on the street wall of the building, and then for the interior structure added in the interior sukkah area on the 2 red line areas, put in like a 4-foot barrier, that's what we're after?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
Okay, we can review that.
Right. The only be careful for the parapet wall that is at the rear, because that would still need to be maintained to be of a height of 3'7". 3'8". But the rest of the portion of the area that is being cordoned off can be higher than 3'8".
I have a question, not to get too overly particular, but for the area at the south, in the sukkah area, is it possible we could make that higher than 3'8" for safety reasons? The reason being is that would not be more than 67%, because if a majority was 3'8", perhaps the rear of the building was a taller parapet, I think then we might be under the 67% threshold, if I'm making sense, because that's really the only area to be occupied. There are beneficial reasons to having the parapet be 4 feet, a little bit higher.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't think we're not going to be able to say what DOB is going to be okay. Or not, right? But our understanding is that, you need to follow the letter of the floor area definition.
Okay. I think the math would work in our favor there. Yeshaya or Zalman, as far as design, do you have any questions about the sukkah area definition or barrier that you have now, or do we want to review it and maybe get back to the board if there are any questions? I don't know if you have any. As long as we have the ear, I didn't know if there were any immediate questions you might have. I'm going to take that.
No, Yeshaya, sure. No, I appreciate the board's comments. Architecturally, I don't see it as a hindrance to what we're trying to do. I think it helps, and I don't have any further comments. We can update.
Okay.
If Zaman and the community board agrees to that. So
okay.
Sorry, I believe that especially cost-wise, this is by far a better option than some of the other ones that were floated, and I think that the congregation will be amenable to this suggestion.
Okay. In that case, do provide a detail of the wall and add notes regarding lighting, sound, and that it would be used only for sukkah purposes, and rest of the time it would remain not accessible.
Got it. We'll do all that. The typical lighting amplification notes, the time period, condition, and details on the barrier. Excellent. I think that works. Great. From my list from review session and the major comments, I believe that is the extent of the list I had. If there's anything I missed, I apologize, and we can address it now. Otherwise, I think it seems like we covered the major concerns and can respond in writing as needed to supplement.
Right, and also add a note that any temporary structure that is placed there shall be removed upon the days of the only for the days of the observation.
Understand.
Sorry, trying to find worded, but where you can figure it out. So temporary structure only for the days of the observances.
So we'll put a detail to the barrier, a time period note, an amplification note, and lighting note, and temporary structure to be removed.
Mhm.
Great. Okay. Yeah, so I think we can do that. We can expand on the explanation of the dry goods storage area. And we'll just keep the board up to date on the Department of Transportation sign off up to the minute. And change the note as needed, but hopefully we get the approval and can provide the license agreement and not need the note, or at least
Ms.
reference
Bank-
the agreement.
Ms. Benke's hand is up.
Yeah, Ms. Benke?
I'll be reaching out. I said there was a few comments in the EAS. I know it was updated with square footage, but if that changes, that will have to be in the EAS. And the number of stories was still the old version of the project, so that would be updated. And anything that we just discussed with the temporary nature of the use that could also should also go in the EAS. And we're going to send you some hazmat notes for the plans, the standard notes based on the DEP sign off.
I knew those were coming. Great. Well,
Yeah.
so the hazmat notes, the use of the roof, update to the EAS, the stories in the floor area. Yes, we'll work with Hiram's team to get that updated.
And maybe having this temporary space only to be used just for those few days. I don't know, I'm not an expert, may also be helpful in terms of the analysis at DEP with regards to noise or maybe something like that. So
Yeah.
that is another reason why you need to kind of make sure it really is only for temporary purposes.
Understood.
And how would one access this? Would it be from that that main door that leads to the fire egress, or
There are two openings shown adjacent to, I think they're temporary openings, but we can clarify and make sure it's very clear as to how the temporary holiday area can be used so it doesn't conflict with any fire department requirements. We'll make that clear.
Yeah, so and I think that fire department door you should indicate that it should be only for emergency exit purposes and not for roof access. Okay.
Understood. Okay, I'm adding that to the list. Explain access and FDNY only. I don't know if there were any other questions, but we have a very clear list, and I think that we'd be able to respond and get this information to the board very quickly.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, we can go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2022-78 BZ 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So while we are waiting for, let me see, is anybody in public raised hands? Okay,
Moshe Pinson.
Okay.
Yes.
Let Moshe Pinson in. Oops. Why did it?
Am I in?
Yes,
Am I live?
yes, we
Yes,
can
sir,
hear
you
you,
may
Mr.
speak.
Pinker.
Okay, my name is
State your
Moshe.
name. I'm
My
sorry,
name,
please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
my name is Moshe Pinson. I'm the president and founder of the synagogue. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody here. It was a very, very good learning experience in myself. We started the synagogue about 21 years ago, and it's been a big, big success so far. Thank God. A lot of, impacting a lot of families here in the neighborhood. Our biggest challenge is space and running around every single time you want to make an event, renting a hall, renting a basement, renting a house, just trying to figure out where, just to make sure everybody has what they need. We had a Purim party 2 days ago. We rented a school. We had a event last night. We rented the museum's basement, and it just doesn't stop. It really means a lot to us, and I really, really appreciate you trying to understand that the needs for this community and for our community, and we really, really appreciate it. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, and the clock has run out.
Oh, I just saw someone else's. Levy.
Levy Gerlich.
Yeah, I'm going to allow the person to talk.
Am I on? Am I live?
Yes, sir, you may speak.
Okay.
You'll have 3 minutes.
I am the spiritual leader of this beautiful Beit Shmuel community, and I'd like to take this opportunity from the deepness of my heart to thank all the members of the board for their assistance in granting the permits for all the maximum space possible that we need in order to finally be able to have a long-awaited building that will service our community properly. Every time I give a class, it has to be in a different location. Sometimes I have to use my house. Sometimes I have to ask another congregation, a school, etc. And therefore, we're really looking forward to see a final beautiful building. And I take this opportunity to send you all our blessings for much success in all your endeavors, what you're doing for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak on this subject matter? Can you read out the case number again, just in case?
It's 2022-78 BZ, 1512 Union Street, Brooklyn. Anyone else who wishes to speak? I don't see anyone else. Okay.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make these changes? Mr. Dale, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I got caught by the mute button. I would say that these plan items that you have suggested, I don't believe would take very long, and we'll be able to update the statement or programmatic needs item with respect to the dry goods explanation. So as far as the specific items we have to submit, I think we could be quick. But I also recognize the fact that, there may be seeker items to wait for, and I know that we're waiting in the DOT sign off. So I would say we could submit as quickly as 2 weeks, but we could be flexible with the board's calendar, if we needed to go a little bit longer, but obviously we're anxious to proceed. So we wouldn't want to go too far into the future.
Do we still, Madam Chair, do we still need CB?
Pardon? I didn't.
CB is a community board?
Yes, we need the community board vote. That is very critical. You need to go back and reach out to them now that this plan is pretty close to what we are discussing.
Sure.
Then I definitely would be more comfortable to have the DOT sign off on the vault. So that you said would take about a month. And factoring in the review time for the environmental. I don't think we can get this through by April. Ms. Benke, do you want to add anything with regards to the environmental?
This may just be an internal review of the change of the notes based on the temporary nature of the structures.
Okay.
Understood. We'll be flexible to board's calendar, but just know that if there's anything that slows it down, it won't be our part. So we'll push and get that in, and we can reach out with the project manager as far as a final date. But
Yeah, I
Good
think,
idea.
I think May would be, would be something that will give all of us enough time for you to put your application thoroughly and, you know, finalize everything. And hopefully by that time you'll also get the DOT.
Understood.
And then we can close, and then there's a hearing that would be coming up very soon. After that, we can just make that part of the following, if there is no additional submission that's needed.
Understood. Okay,
Yep.
that sounds good.
All right. Okay, thank you all, and thank you again, Ms. Friedman, Mr. Dale, and the architect for being considerate of our comments and factoring that into your design and the programmatic needs. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 2022-82 BZ. I'm sorry, 92 BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island. This is Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, I do see his hands raised. I'm going to let him in. Mr. Goldstein, is there anyone else in your team that needs to be part of this discussion?
Good afternoon, everyone. No, I'll be alone today.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record, and please respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicants. We heard the board's comments during review, and we appreciate the analysis and the suggestions. At this time, we will agree to the closing of the curb cut and providing above ground planting as discussed at the review session. For us, I know there's discussions about DEP. For us, based on our analysis with our DEP consultants, this is the best path forward for us. But we will close that curb cut, provide the planting area as discussed, and not use it for parking. With that in mind, we will, Madam Chair, make sure that the landscaping and the trees are all consistent and thick throughout. I know you mentioned one missing spot. Commissioner Sheta showed a different portion. We'll make sure that it's all consistent and goes throughout the whole property where indicated. And then finally, with regard to the note for the cellar space for the storage in the dorm room, we'll expand in the dormitory building, we'll expand the note as discussed or as mentioned, Madam Chair, that it's including but not limited to sleeping, gathering, or religious areas. And we'll confirm with the board on those, on the verbiage of the note.
Okay. The only thing I would say you also said you would close out the curb cut, right?
Yeah, we'll close the curb cut and we'll have a continuous frontage.
Okay. And does that require a BPP plan or something like that?
I think the whole project will require a BPP plan. Part of the discussion with DOT was to close up a lot of the curb cuts. So we're proposing to close some on the other side. We'll have the same treatment on this side.
Okay. So just before we get too far into that, is I just want to make sure that you, in your plan, provide a very detail of the above ground planting. I think we can give you a sample of one such that has been done. It was done for a building.
We'll work with the project manager, but we've done a number of the above ground ones for synagogues where they have larger cellars. So we'll show it with the box.
Right. It has to be quite deep, and you need a 4-foot minimum, and then also it has to be. It pretty much should almost occupy the entire space, maybe barring a little bit space you want to leave for bike parking or something like that. But
what we'll do is we'll draft something up and run it past the project managers just to make sure that we're in the right direction and have it complete, so that the next hearing we don't have to discuss this anymore.
Yes, yeah. There is one project that I do have in mind, and that was the on an auto mall building on the roof. So, it's similar. Yours is asphalt that's on the roof, but it was an above ground, pretty robust, healthy planting that was done. So I'm actually looking at that as an example, because that has a very deep and a wide, it was not depth, not in terms of the soil depth, but the width of it was quite robust.
So we can talk to staff and talk to the applicant, who handled that case to get the sample as well.
Great, good. And please go through the landscaping drawing and just make sure all the notes are considered, because some are legible, some are not. So, and a lot of it is going to rely on the landscaping plan.
Right. It's a lot of, it was very hard to get all the dimensions clear based on how big the site was and how many dimensions we're putting in. We'll endeavor to do it as well and make sure that it happens prior to the next hearing.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
I think open items are on seeker or under review, nothing in our hand, but based on the conversations today, DOT rather will change with regard to the curb cut, but that should only make them happier.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. So if you want to give us the updated plan as soon as possible, we'll send that to DOT. And the noise analysis, I forgot to mention at the review session, there's a new analysis of the recreation area for noise, which we sent to DEP. But now that we're confirming that's staying, we will let them know.
Okay.
All right, great. Any other questions or comments? Let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2022 92 BZ 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number, 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Okay. While we're waiting for.
Yeah, with regard to, we can turn around our work fairly quickly, but I think it's really depends on the sister agencies.
Yeah.
I would request, I'll speak to Ms. Banky offline, but maybe request that May 6th hearing.
Yeah.
I would ask the board if they're so inclined. We have very direct marching orders over here and we know exactly what needs to be done. We'll submit it to the board for review prior, but if there are no other issues with the application, can I ask for a motion to close?
I was thinking of that.
Someone, Moshe Pinson had raised his hand.
Yeah,
Pinson was on the last case.
For the prior
It was on
case.
the last case, yeah.
I
know,
know,
but
but the prior case.
Again, so.
I'm assuming that Mr. Pin,
You can push his hand on, put his hand down. I can't do it.
I can.
You should be able to.
I did.
Okay.
I didn't know I had that much control.
You are the chair.
Okay.
Motion to close if that was.
1 second.
discussion.
Give me-
Oh, no, I thought we were still
Patience.
discussing. I'm not pushing. I was
Time has run out.
Okay.
not pushing. It's not my nature.
Pushy,
Of course
pushy,
not.
pushy.
Make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shubetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Yeah.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
So the record remains open, and if there are any comments or any feedback that we get from the sister agencies that needs to be incorporated into the plan, those would need to be reflected.
Right.
Meanwhile, the additional changes that we talked about specific to the parking and the planting, work on that, and whatever improvements that needs to be made and notes that needs to be added, and anything that needs to be embellished and also update the statement of facts just to.
I'll update it, I think, just with regard to the notes and with regard to the parking area not being used for parking. We'll adjust the number of spots, et cetera.
Yes, the zoning analysis that needs to be revised. Yes. Okay.
Bonnie is all over it. Bonnie's good. She'll get it.
Well, Mr. Goldstein, I want to thank you for working with us on this and trying to resolve the issue. I think we have reached a pretty good point here.
No, we thank the board. The board was very thorough on this. We appreciate your efforts and we're happy that it's coming to fruition.
Thank you.
Next cases, item number 28, 2023-04BZ and /20207BZ, 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. And item number 29, 2023-05BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Mr. Goldstein, is anyone joining you?
Just me today.
Do you affirm to tell, raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and please respond to the board's comments from review session.
Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicants. I believe with regard to the actual land use application or the school's proposal, the board is satisfied and we thank you for your consideration. With regard to seeker, I know Ms. Benke has her hand up, but we actually do have open DOT and we did the surveys. It'll be submitted today for DOT review. And we'll respond to any other open items that Ms. Benke can or can't, if she wishes to speak, she can. But I just want to.
Yeah, I was just going to correct the record that there was the open DOT. And you were performing a survey.
Right. We did the student surveys. Everything on our end screens out. We'll submit it today, hopefully. And hopefully DOT will have a quick turnaround on that. And everything else, I think, is basically at the finish line for the other reviews.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the public or?
I think the gentleman who has been sitting here from the very beginning wants to speak on this case and he just.
Oh, that gentleman, yeah, he must have went outside. Oh.
He's for this one.
No, not on fingerboard, for McDonald and Avenue T.
McDonald and Avenue T's, gentleman's always there.
McDonald and Avenue T.
Yeah, I believe, yeah.
He has been.
He's one of the neighbors, I believe. He's been before.
He has been here before, so that's why.
Maybe we can do the screen. Well, so
Yeah, we can start the public hearing thing.
Okay,
Vice Chair
we'll go to
Shavit.
the public.
Yeah.
Want to switch screens, John? The case we are currently discussing are 2023-04BZ and 20207BZ, 2170 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn, and also 2023-05BZ, 321 Avenue T, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen.
Okay.
Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Right. Go ahead. We do have someone here at 22 Reed Street to speak. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Joseph Malach. My address 187 Lake Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11223. I still same thing. I denied it.
He's not in the shop.
Oh, we have to move the podium so that he's visible. Sorry.
Nope.
Stop the clock, please, because he's not visible on the video.
I can see him. I was
Yeah, we
able to
can-
see him.
You're able to see him?
Not now, but when he was talking, I could
Yeah,
see
he's
him.
there. I
Right
can see
there,
him.
yeah, I can see
You
him.
can see him. Not front, but we could see. him
Okay,
on the
that's
side.
good enough as long, yes, now.
Okay.
If he,
Yeah.
if,
Had left a little
It's
bit.
okay.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
he's visible.
Yeah, good.
Yep.
and if he
Yeah.
moves away from the lectern, please take the mic with him or someone repeat what he's saying, because we can't hear it on the recording.
I heard him. I don't know.
If he moves away from the lectern, not now.
No,
Okay.
no, he's fine, right? Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I go back or you can
Start again.
Yeah. Yeah, my name Joseph Malach. My address 187 Lake Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11223. I'm coming for the problem what we have in 2170 Magdalene Avenue in the school. Because they want to build it, they want to build it in my backyard, the new building, and they're gonna close all my area, all my light. And it's not gonna be no view, no nothing. And beside that, the real estate's gonna go 30-40% down if the building's it's gonna be in my backyard. That's why I come in over here to same thing what I come in a couple times over here to tell you I'm denied it.
Thank you. I know you've been here many times and I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the way the board reviews these cases, they're very much based on the programmatic need of the school. And if the school is able to justify that they have a need, and given the space constraints and structural constraints, they're limited to only be able to do in a particular manner, and that seems reasonable. The board has done its best in its review to ensure other alternatives if they are possible. And if they are not, why they are not, all those questions and answers, we have been going back and forth with the applicant. And that's why we have had how many hearings on this? 3 hearings on this. This is the 4th one. Because, we heard you, we have been asking those questions, and the applicant is trying to.
My question is gonna take it also long time review or still we're going on?
Your questions were asked, and
Yeah,
they have been reviewed, and I think at this point, the way we, from the discussions that we are hearing, it is, they have been able to give a good reason why it may not be able to be, why it cannot be addressed. So I'm being candid with you in terms of the programmatic need was very, very justified in terms of what they were requesting.
I mean, my reason is not good reason?
That's the reason is neighborhood character also, and we do look at it, and there is light and air, that is good. I mean, the requirements of yours will not be removed. You would still have your backyard and front yard that you're required to have. What this building is proposing has to go by its programmatic requirements and needs, and that's what we are evaluating, and that it does not become an impact to the surrounding context. And in the overall context, it is being met. So that's how the board has landed on this.
Because I know they have to be a couple foot after my
It's within the property line. Yeah, it is within the property line. And if it were a manufacturing building, they build a manufacturing, and since these are manufacturing lots, the lots where manufacturing use can be built, they can build up to the lot line. So, okay.
So when's it gonna be, my request, when's it gonna be next one? You don't know, next.
No, we haven't scheduled it yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the case planner.
Okay, time is gone, time has run out, and there's no other speakers that have raised their hands.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to close or we can't close?
Okay.
We can't close because it is part of the finding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is part of the findings of this special permit.
We'll work with Ms. Benke today and tomorrow to get everything into DOT and DEP with response to their comments. And we'll talk to her about scheduling, I guess, based on their timelines.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Do we want to move on to new cases or break or what?
How do you all, we're at 1:30. Do you want to take a break, get something to eat, and then we can resume with the remaining?
Or do you want to keep going?
We have 3 cases though.
We have 3 cases left. They want to move on.
Okay.
I have a.
Okay. New cases. Item number 30, 2023-55 BZ 14920 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Must be Elise Fullader and Mr. Stewart.
Bless you.
Excuse me. I have, I thought I,
Okay,
yeah, I thought I added them.
Mr. Stewart is in the room.
Oh,
Here is Miss Fullader. Ms. Fullader,
I thought,
there you are. Okay, anyone else?
And does Nick also need to be separate or?
who?
No, it's you and Mr. Stewart. Is there anyone else?
Is there Nick Buscemi waiting in the stand
Nick
up?
Buscemi is in the room. Oh,
He's
he's not in
he
the room. I'm
was
sorry, he's waiting.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
All
you
right.
can let him in.
I just changed him to,
Alice. Buscemi.
Okay.
is he in? Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming. Okay, everyone raise your hands, right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments from review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palanik PC on behalf of the applicant. Thank you so much. I'm here today with Andrew and Nick from High Point Engineering, and they're going to help answer the questions. I will begin. Hold on, sorry. Okay, so the first was adding a zoning district line to the radius map. That's an easy request. Of course, we can do that. Sounds good. The next question was about the previous, this being a previous BSA application. I'm hearing like a feedback, sorry. So it's like, I don't know why. We checked the record, the BSA record, and we checked the CO and the DOB, and we're not coming up with any previous BSA cases. I'm not really sure how this came to be, but I would like to say that in the C of O is from 1971, and it was 69. There was an alteration to a building that had been built on a site previous to 1961. So maybe the gas station already existed, and we can look into that previous to 61, and it was only altered somehow, so it wasn't required to go before BSA.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. So it is a weird situation, but nothing came up. Arterial map, we can fix it. Thank you for pointing that out. And then I think for the next few comments, it would be helpful to have High Point Engineering address your questions about there being enough parking, the passerby lane, and, you know, landscaping. So can I turn it to you guys, and then I can come back in as necessary?
Sure. So I'll start with the comment on the number of parking stalls. So based on a review of zoning code under section 3621, the table under that section, from what we can tell, the classification, if it fell under anything, it would be under general retail or service usage. Under there, though, it talks about food stores where we're less than 2,000 square feet, where we're over that. But again, going on with that, if we did fall into that, it would be a use group 16 for the site, but it's only for PRC, parking requirement category B1 in that use group 16, which we don't fall into. The parking requirement category for B1 is listed as offices and stores that sell large items such as furniture, carpets, appliances. We would fall more under a parking requirement category H, us other uses, unique traffic characteristics. From what I can tell from their definitions in the city, that's the category we would fall under, in which case there would be no requirement for parking at the parking stalls for the station. If we did fall under that previous general retail with the use group 16 under the 3621, for a C23, it would be 1 per 400 square feet, which we would comply with, but we don't actually have a requirement. So I think either way, we comply with the parking stall requirement.
Okay, I thought
That
you
makes
would need
sense.
1 per 300.
If anything, in the
6A,
table, what's
for
that?
Group 6A, for a use group 6A, I thought the requirement is 1 per 3.
No, I think it's, from what I'm seeing, based on, because the main youth group is a 16, even with the 6, with a C23, it would be 1 per 400 square feet.
Okay. That's for food stores with less than 2,000 square feet?
Yeah, that's what it says. That's where I don't think we
More
fall
than,
under that.
but this is more than, it's
So you can use the more than-
2,777 square feet.
Right, this is why I don't think we have one that it falls into. It has the food stores 2,000 or more in a PRCA with a use group 6, but our main use group is a 16B with where the convenience store is an accessory use. And even with that, a PRCA, yeah, food stores larger than 2,000, but it's, convenience store versus a food store, they, are referring to like a grocery type store, which in our case, we wouldn't fall under a large food store like that, I don't believe.
Should we just say we're not waiving any
Yeah,
parking
we're
requirements?
not waiving any parking requirement, just add a note stating that we're not waiving any parking requirement.
So do you want to address, I guess, the vacuum lane?
Yeah, so as far as to the passerby lane, that's along the rear property line, we do acknowledge that if there's someone using the vacuum or air station there and packed at the pump, you're not gonna have a pass by. So we can look at relocating some of the vacuums or air stations to a better location where they can still use them but not so much that it's gonna block traffic there, if that's acceptable.
Right, I think this is just to allow for more mobility within the site, given
Yeah,
you-
understood.
you're having issues with with how much of activities you can have on the Rockaway side. So if there, yeah.
Okay. As far as the landscaping and the area on, I guess, the rear yard or the side of the building adjacent to the residential there. We understand your request. I mean, yes, landscaping with the between the building and the small area would be tough to maintain with low light and everything. But we don't see the fact that the building itself is masonry, the fact that the masonry wall to screen would probably, the PVC fence would provide the same screening as a masonry wall. They're both opaque. So I'm not sure, how much better a masonry wall would be than the proposed PVC fence that we have there. We understand your concern also about them possibly, storing things or putting things in that back area that shouldn't be. Most we can do is, have it gated and locked. So it's preclude that, but and then just keep maintenance and keep watch over it. Make sure it's clear. There are the gas meter and electric meters proposed along that side of the building too. So we have to maintain access to that. As far as any landscaping, since it won't receive sun, maybe we could show it as a gravelled area for drainage purposes but also just better that way if that's acceptable.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
And then you want to, just because it fits, probably talk about street trees.
Yeah, so yes, about the street trees, we do, we'll look into that. I know there's certain requirements in parking, Department of Parks codes about setbacks to intersections, distances between street trees, but and based on their requirements, we'll have to review, but if we can add more street trees, we will.
Yeah, I think you can add one more. I mean, if you move the only tree that's being proposed on 149 to the south, you might be able to put another one. So
Right.
that might be one way of providing 2 trees on 149. And Rockaway will be a little tricky given the location of the curb cut and the bus stops, all of that.
Agreed.
But if you can provide one more there, of course, would be great. And I don't think 158th it's possible.
Right, yeah, 150th with the curb cut, I agree. I don't believe it's possible there either.
Unless you can provide it next to where you have that bubble, which is proposed no left turn. I think you probably need the line of sight. So for that reason, that tree there may not be helpful.
Yeah, I have to check setback with the curb cut and if the light pole there, I think there's a gas valve, it might be the location might not work. So, but we'll review code and the plans and see what we can add in.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of this review is we're going to rely on DOT and the issues around where the curb cut can be and
Right.
the safety factor of it, and also associated with that is the location of the bus stop.
Right.
So that will determine where the curb cut falls, but I think you probably would, just the way I'm looking at it at this time, in terms of the maneuverability plan, your gas pumps are a little too close to 150th. If you move it away, you might be able to accommodate more and minimize that conflict.
Yeah, we're looking at that. We don't think moving the pumps is gonna be a viable option, only because I know there's typically a 24-foot backup, clear backup from parking spaces. We have 30. But we need, I think, that extra space just for maneuverability. We don't feel that we can move the pumps and make the site work. If we can do anything with the curb cut itself, the one that's being, I guess, enlarged and relocated, it's not relocated much. As you can see, if you look at the plan, the previous curb cut of 17.5 feet is shown on a lighter line layer. So it's not a huge relocation, but it is definitely a enlargement to accommodate vehicles in and out. So we have looked at it extensively, and I think it's in the best viable location for what we're doing. But if we can make it better, we will. We'll take a look and see what we can do, but we can't guarantee it. We'll do what we can.
Yeah, I think DOT will have to weigh in on this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess, do you want to speak any more, just High Point, to DOT, what we're gonna do next steps, I guess, with the bus stop?
Yeah, so the bus stop, we kind of wanted to get this initial hearing with the BSA, and in case there was any major comments that affect where we're proposing to relocate the bus stop, such as discussing this curb cut location, before we went to TA. So now that we kind of have your initial comments, and we'll look at the curb cuts and stuff like that, we can go back and then approach the transit authority about the bus stop now relocation. So we'll get that moving.
I see. So, okay.
Yeah, we want to get the board's initial input at least before we went and started that process, in case there was a major change to it.
And they've had to do this on other cases we've
Yeah.
worked on at the BSA, so they know the steps.
Yeah, we have the context and know what to do, so.
Okay.
And then you asked about the ECB violation. It's for a certificate of occupancy. It was paid, but we can't resolve it until we totally raise and rebuild this site. And then you asked also about trash removal. We can talk with High Point, and we can kind of focus more and say it'll be from 10:30 to 12 a.m. specifically in that time period. Trash will come, and add that to the statement of facts.
Where
I mean,
would
10:30 and 12 p.m. Sorry, I messed up.
and I just want to understand, where would the trash be stored and be placed? It would be along 150th, right?
Yes, there's a proposed proposed trash enclosure, masonry trash enclosure, the southeast corner there.
That's where the community facility is located, on 150th, and 149, they have the residential building that
Right.
church owns.
Right, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, Vice Chair Shubhata, you had expressed
concern.
concern. So I think the church occupies both the properties, one fronting on 149th Street and the other one on 150th. The property on 150th is the where the church function,
The other parts are residential.
and the one fronting 149th is the residential, whereas the trash enclosure is located by the 150th Street. So would you be okay?
I'd be all right with that.
Okay.
And just to make everyone feel more comfortable, the community board, when we went, asked us to do a mailing for the community board to neighbors during the community board process. So we also reached out to those neighbors, not only for this, but like we did it during the community board process as well.
Great.
Great.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I think just the signage needs to be added.
Oh,
So that was actually on the first sheet, Z-001. there's a signage table and notes that show that the total signage proposes 150 square feet within compliance of the code.
But I think usually we see drawings, right? Is that what
There
that-
should be, in this plan set, they're detailed throughout the BSA plan set, the signs, building elevations, freestanding sign elevations, canopy elevations.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
I see it. Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, I didn't see it. I proposed signage note. Yes, all the way in the bottom. Yes. Yes, I see it. And you have it tied to the numbers on the plan. Okay. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I asked about the trailer.
Oh, yes. So the trailer, we have to look into whose trailer that is. We don't believe that it is ours, but I don't know. We have to talk to the tenant and the owner and figure out whose it is and what we can do about it. Get back.
It seems like it was certainly chilling on the site for a long time, so I'm guessing it has something to do with your owner,
Yeah.
but yeah, if you could.
Yeah, well.
Any other questions or comments? All right, let's go to the public then.
So the case that we're currently discussing is, let me start the clock, is 2023-55 BZ 149-20 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment, dial 646-518-9805 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to comment, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand in the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if anybody in the audience wants.
So far, nobody.
So far, no one. How long will it, well, I think a lot depends on DOT, so I think best would be to wait for DOT and then revise the plans as needed. And we can schedule the next round of hearing based on that.
Waiting for the clock to run out.
Public time.
Timer's up.
All righty. Thank you. And I guess it will be scheduled as and when we get any follow-ups from DOT.
Elise, I'm sorry, the address for the site. the change.
Oh, thank you. I totally forgot that part.
Yeah, just-
So amazing. Thank you, Andy. Our address on our DOB objection is 14904, and that's the new address they gave us at DOB, and Andy can explain why if you'd like, but the C of O was 149-20, so we could do an AKA or something, but whatever your board thinks would be best, because we need the new address on our.
AKA works, right?
Sure.
Let's do AKA.
Okay, sorry, Carlos raising his hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Costanza.
Yeah, Mr. Stewart, I'm sorry if it was already stated and I missed it. I know that you're working with the MTA for the relocation of the bus stop. How much time do you think you may need so that we can schedule accordingly?
Let me get back to you on that just because we haven't approached TA yet. We wanted to get the board's initial comments in the hearing here, go through it in case there's any changes to the location. And with the DOT's review, we want to make sure that's okay. And then we'll, but at this point, we'll approach the transit authority and get you a better idea on timing on that.
Okay, we'll reach out in a few days just to schedule it again. I mean, if it's a guesstimate, I'll defer to you to either accept it, or if you think you need more time, I'll defer to you as well.
All right, yeah, we've done them before, so I'll take a look at the general timing from the previous applications. I can get you an answer.
Sure, thank you, Mrs. Stewart.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And we shall be in touch, I guess. Somebody from our office will be in touch.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a great
Okay,
day.
next, I'm sorry, thank you very much. Next item is item number 32, 2023-68BZ, 8-10 Grand Avenue, Brooklyn. This is Frank Cheney
Yes, I see.
and Jessica Corus.
Anyone else? Jack Freeman?
Would be Jack, probably Jack Freeman.
I let Jessica in and also Frank. Does Jack Freeman need to be added?
I would add him.
Okay.
And who else, Mr. Cheney? Nice
Oh,
to
there's
see you,
Jessica.
sir.
Okay, fine. I was a little late letting people know that they should log in. That's my fault.
Okay.
So we have Jack Freeman, Jessica Corus. Who else, Mr. Cheney?
The owner should be getting on. Let me just.
And what would the
Put in
owner
the name?
be?
Amir Noor,
No, not in the room yet.
representing the owner, and Angelo Costa, the architect.
Angelo Costa's there. Okay.
I see Angelo Costa, but can you repeat the name of the owner?
Amir Noor, N-O-U-R.
But he left.
No, don't see Amir Noor.
I saw his name like probably half an hour ago.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he bounced off, fortunately.
Angela Costa, I thought I did let the person in.
No, she's still there. He's still there, sorry.
Yeah, can you please let Angela Costa know to select the pop-up button to join as a panelist?
Can we start without Mr. Costa, Mr. Cheney?
Yes, I think we can.
Okay. So whoever's, Mr. Friedman, can you unmute? And Ms. Corus, can you unmute, please? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
I'll start. My name is Frank Cheney. I'm the zoning attorney for the applicant.
Go ahead. Did you have a chance to listen in on our review session?
Oh, I was letting the others introduce themselves, but sure. Yes, we were all on and we heard all the comments. Obviously we're going to be making a supplemental submission to answer and clarify on the issues that were raised at the review session. But I can kind of quickly go through some of the comments and just address them initially. When we get to the B finding, I'll let Jack and Jessica speak to those. The chair asked about the history of the site. When we filed this application, they were still separate tax lots, lots 27 and 30. And after that, and prior to our response to the notice of comments, they were formally merged into a single zoning lot. So that may be part of the confusion. The site is now a single zoning lot shown on the tax map as lot 30. In terms of the removal of the rear addition and any discrepancies in the floor areas in the statement of facts and findings, we'll go through that and correct anything that needs to be corrected, and we'll provide the chart that the chair requested showing all of the individual units and their uses and whether they're IMDs or subject to the variance. So we'll do that. As to the question about Unit 213, the superintendent's office, the answer is no, it will not be used as a dwelling unit. It's interior and has no windows, so it can't be used for a residence. But technically, it will be converted from a commercial superintendent's office to a residential superintendent's office. It will continue to be used as an office for the superintendent, but as a technical matter, it will be a residential accessory use as opposed to commercial. As to the question about the abandoned stair on the 4th and 7th floor, the reason, as I understand it from the architect and the owner, the stair is being abandoned and closed off, and on the other floors, that space will be incorporated into the IMD unit. But on the 4th and 7th floor, the occupants of those units declined to have that area incorporated into their loft because they didn't want to pay the extra rent that it would have entailed. So that's why it shows up in that kind of a bit of an odd way. We will provide more information as to the location of the existing loading dock on the plans. I think the biggest thing that came up to me during the review session were the comments about the history of the ownership of the lot and the adjacent lots and whether or not this created a self-imposed hardship. During the period of time from 1970 to 1990, 1974 to 1990, when the subject site, which was then 2 separate tax lots, was in joint common ownership with lots 1, which is a 12-story building to the west, 29 Ryerson, and lot 23. During that period of time, they were both, those lots were occupied by existing buildings, 12-story structure on lot 1 and a single-story vehicle storage facility on lot 1. Both of them, according to the Sanborn maps for those years, were being used by the New York City Department of Social Services. In fact, they stayed that way until 2007, and the 2 buildings stayed there for even longer than that. So during that period of time, none of the lots, even after 1978, when the zoning resolution was amended to allow zoning lot mergers, none of the lots were ever merged as a zoning lot. There was never any indication that they would be utilized as a single development site. And they were all, well, except for what used to be lot 27, which is the site of 10 Grant Street. That site was, the buildings on that site, I think there were 3 small buildings that were demolished around 1970 and then rebuilt with the existing 2-story building in 1994. At any rate, that's 4 years after the sites were no longer in common ownership. So from our perspective, we do not think that is a self-created hardship. But we'll submit all this information and clarify that for your consideration. At this point, let me just turn it over to Jack and Jessica to speak to the board's comments with regard to the financials.
Yes, hi, this is Jessica Corus from Capolino. Here on behalf of the applicant. Am I coming in clear?
Yeah.
There's some feedback there. Okay, good. Thank you. We were in attendance and viewed the executive session and wanted to take a moment. Thank you so much for carefully reviewing our submission and getting through your initial reservations on the methodology and coming to the understanding of what we were trying to accomplish. So appreciate that very much. I did hear the questions about the clarifying the development costs and coordinating it with the Alt-1 description and the statement of facts. And I do have an idea to provide to you in writing, kind of a scope that walks you through step by step in a narrative format that takes the existing costs and describes it, stepping into the as of right conversion and what we would have to do, and then of course the proposed, and working with the architects and cost estimator to put that in a memo format for you to review. Because yeah, it's confusing, and I agree it needs headers. So we'll get headers on that. Because yeah, flipping to page 56 on my own report, I go, what am I looking at? So fair point. One last thing, I would have loved to use Marshall and Swift since we're subscribers of the service. But as far as I know, doing this type of renovation estimating is really difficult. To nearly impossible using the handbook, and I'll check in with my
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay,
I
that's fine.
accepted that in this situation, you'd be allowed to use the cost estimator, and we felt that the numbers came up with were reasonable numbers.
Yeah.
For me, I just was missing that existing scenario, and it was just really difficult to look at the two different estimations and trying to make sense of what you had to do anyway, regardless of whether you came to us, and then what you would have to do for the as of right and what you would have to do for the proposed. You gave a little bit of a description under your construction costs, but it was just like 2 sentences. So it's just kind of hard for me to follow through. So then I had to go back to the statement of facts and read through that, but then there were no numbers associated with that. So I just want that benchmark to springboard onto as of right and then proposed.
Understood. I understand that, and we'll provide you with the submission in writing to clarify.
Yeah, that memo formation where you just ground that Alt-1 in some numbers that are kind of relevant to the other two scenarios would work for me.
Okay. My pleasure. Thank you.
There was one other thing that I forgot to mention, and there were a number of comments from several of you as to why the units, the commercial units at the rear of 8 Grand, I hope I'm not getting them mixed up, could not remain a commercial. Why a separate entrance could not be created for those commercial uses. It's a little bit of a complicated, the answer to that is a little bit complicated, but as I understand it, even if we were to create a second entrance, because those units, as I understand it, would require a second means of egress, even that separate residential lobby and entrance would still be utilized as the second means of egress for those commercial units in the back. Again, that's my understanding of it. We'll look at it in more depth. Obviously, we had very limited time to look at it between the morning review session now. And so we will look at it in depth and come back to you in our supplemental submission with a more detailed answer.
So I think this goes to the minimal, and it's a narrative that I had asked because the document primarily seems to be focusing on why the freight and the loading bay is not adequate for manufacturing. So my question was, well, what about the other uses that do not rely on loading and freight elevators? Can such uses that are permitted in the zoning district be located on the ground floor for those remaining commercial? And for that, all one would need is just a separate, at most a 5-foot wide corridor from the main road to from the units there. And you then do not have to provide a separate freight or a passenger elevator. It's just a straight walk-in. It's at grade. And then the existing fire egresses could be used through like a more of a mechanized emergency exit kind of situation. We have seen older buildings kind of we have seen older buildings where, you know, the school and the offices and other uses are coexisting, and they're sharing the same fire exits, but it is done only through emergency exit kind of process. So please look at that and kind of state the reasons. A, are there any viable uses that could be located there? B, if not, why? And what are those reasons? The market, as I think Commissioner Yoon was very helpful in giving suggestions as to why this space on the ground floor may not work, but I think it needs to be flushed out a little bit more. And then with that, you know, if there are issues with fire egress or other requirements that would also make it not possible, then you can also add those into it. And that way we look at the minimum variance and kind of identify, yeah, maybe this is not possible. So the only best use then probably is the residential use. So that's the analysis that needs to be filled in as part of the e-finding.
Yes, understood.
Okay. And I'm not looking for drawings or anything. It can be done in a narrative, but please walk us through the arguments and help us kind of come to the conclusion.
Understood.
And don't need a financial on that one either.
Okay.
Any questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the public, please.
The case we are currently discussing is 2023-68BZ, 8-10 Grand Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-518-9805 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to comment, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay.
Chief Daly is on the, it says John Daly. I'm assuming that's Chief Daly. He has his hand up. Is that Chief Daly?
Yep, I have let him in as a panelist. Yes, and I now do see Amir Noor also. Do you want him in, Miss? Yes, go ahead, Chief Daly. Can't hear you. I think you're still
muted, Chief Daly.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tony. have a time limit? Okay.
No, that's a
regarding,
separate clock. Don't pay attention to that.
okay, thank you. Regarding I understand the reason why on for the 4th and 7th floor, the tenant doesn't want the space to pay the extra rent, but someone still needs access to that area, either maintenance or in the event of an emergency, the fire department. I mean, I would recommend that the existing window opening, that be blocked up, and that if they could provide a rated door that's locked, so in the event the fire department needs to access that room, they can go through that door and fight any fires. And even maintenance personnel, if you have, you got a pipe chase in there, in the event of a broken water pipe, they would need to go in to do repairs. So I would not recommend sealing the door opening, but the window opening, yes. So that's our comment on that.
Okay. Thank you. I now see Amir Noor. Mr. Chain, do you want him to join, or, I mean, he's not raising his hand, so I think we're almost done with the,
I think we're good.
okay.
Yeah, there were no comments from anyone.
Yeah. Okay. I think we will schedule it to tie it closer to all the other reviews from other agencies. And at that time, the submissions to the revised finance finding B, D, and E. Those are the three that needs to be added, and also all the corrections to the numbers to be consistent across all documents.
And is this, I think she mentioned earlier, landmarks?
I think we got a sign off from Landmarks.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
not sure. I'll have to check with Matthew, our environmental consultant. I thought we did, but I don't know.
Yeah, we thought as well. We have reached out to confirm with them as well. Yeah, we're waiting for you're going to perform an air quality analysis on the spray booths.
Yes.
And once that's submitted, we'll take a look at any other open issues.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we also received an objection letter yesterday.
Actually, it says objection, but it's a letter of support.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, I didn't read through it.
it's a 2-page letter of support.
Yes, it is. Yes.
It's a resident who lives
From
in the
Mr.
building.
Aruna. Yeah.
Yeah, it was mislabeled as objection.
Okay.
And the chart you asked for the IMD identifying each unit.
Yeah, I think it would make sense for all of this to come together once we are close to getting all the necessary sign-offs. So then we can just do another round of review with all this added information. And let's see where it goes. Okay.
Okay.
So I cannot schedule it. Ms. Prenga will reach out to you and coordinate a time for hearing.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Good seeing you.
Okay. Thank you all.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too.
Last item, item number 33, I'm sorry, not last item. 2023-73 BZ, 926 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Yeah, I just
Goldstein.
Mr. Goldstein in.
Yes.
You have anyone with you?
No.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I do not believe there were any comments, so I thank the board for their review.
All right, there weren't any. Let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2023-73 BZ, 926 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, please dial 646-518-9805 or the toll-free number which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 831-9355-4626 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. Once, if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
All right.
Now, Mr. Pinson has been on all this time.
Yeah,
I don't know if he needs to.
Mr. Pinson,
You can leave the group if you're not going to.
can leave the room.
Or you could stay. Like, you already spoke.
Okay.
Yeah, you already spoke on the other case.
Okay.
He wishes to speak.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a recommendation to close. No submission is required.
Second. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
We'll schedule this for either April or May.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, third call.
Yes, third call.
Third call, this is a decision case from March 25th that was held over. Item number 12, 80248 BZ Volume 3, 13-46 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Yes, and
This is, would be Hiram Roth Crew of Vasalati Associates.
yeah, I just lost it as I was trying to scroll through it. So the revised note that's been added regarding drainage is acceptable. So did everybody have a chance to review it? Yeah? Yes.
Yes.
Everyone's nodding their head yes.
I did look at it and it's exactly the same language that we sent to the applicant. However, I didn't like leaving the old note there, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I then make a motion to approve with the following conditions, that the the pedestrian pathway along the store shall be ADA compliant. The hand car wash machine will be restricted to operate from the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days of the week. And all other prior conditions that the board had applied continues to remain. With that,
Chair Shonda,
aye.
motion to approve, I'm sorry. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted.
Thank you.
That is the final item before the board today, so this concludes the public hearing for March 26, 2024. Thank you, one and all.
Wish you all happy Easter, happy Purim, and happy Holi. And there are many celebrations that are happening across the world. So happy everything and enjoy.
Fatar? Yes, thank you.